Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Episode 3 steps in with true stories that lean close to the ordinary and tip it a notch. Quiet, off-kilter moments that feel like a light flickering, one beat late, a hallway running a step too long. Curiosity pulls forward, unease lingers, and the silence does its slow work. Liking and subscribing helps the channel grow, and the bell keeps new episodes on schedule. Ads run only in the first 10 to 15 minutes. After that, no mid-rolls and clean drift to sleep. After this finishes, episode 2 plays next, just in case it slipped by earlier. The room settles, the volume drops, the quiet gathers, sleep well and dream dark. The Missing Teens by the Creek. The creek was shallow most of the year. A series of stones breaking the water into rivulets, no higher than a child's ankle. Families used it as a place to skip rocks, to set lawn chairs in the current on hot afternoons, to let children splash under watchful eyes. It cut behind the campground in a gray line, sometimes vanishing altogether in summer drought, and always returning with spring rains. Nothing about it seemed dangerous. That June evening, 2 teenagers decided to walk down its banks. They were cousins, 17 and 16, both spending the summer with grandparents who had rented a camper site for a week. Their names are written in files, remembered in town obituaries, but locals speak of them simply as the 2 cousins who went down to the water and never came back. It was a Saturday, warm, the air thick with insects. The boys ate burgers at the picnic table with their family, then announced they wanted to stretch their legs. They took nothing but a flashlight and a half-emptied bottle of soda, saying they would just follow the creek a while to see how far it went. They were both athletes, well familiar with land, used to rambling evenings. Parents didn't worry. Other campers later recalled glimpsing them around 8 o'clock, working their way along stones farther downstream. Their laughter carried clearly over the water. One man remembered them talking about a fishing spot. The flashlight beam bobbed once when they tested its strength, then clicked off again in daylight's lingering glow. When night fell and they weren't back, concern stirred. At first, the grandparents assumed they had met new friends. By 10 o'clock, panic snapped. Relatives walked downstream calling. They had trouble understanding why voices seemed to echo strangely. Shouts bounced off trees in odd cadence, their own replies coming back delayed, hollowed, overlapping with what sounded like extra syllables. By midnight, law enforcement combed the creek line with stronger beams. Boots tramped mud, dogs strained on leads. Prints were easy to find, 2 sets of sneakers leading away, matching stride. They remained steady all the way to a bend where the creek deepened under an overhang of roots. At that point, the tracks walked across sand and stopped. No return, no scatter into brush, no sign of slipping into water. Just prints ending like punctuation. Dogs balked, whining, circling where sandals had pressed damp earth. They would not move farther. Their handlers grew frustrated, noting that tails tucked and ears flattened as though repelled. Days of search brought no recovery. Helicopters swept low. Divers probed every pool along the creek. Nothing surfaced. Not a shoe, not the flashlight, not the soda bottle. Families pleaded on camera for clues. None came. What came instead were stories. A couple fishing weeks later, just beyond the bend, swore they heard voices call each other from opposite sides of the water, though no one stood there. Another hiker admitted she thought she heard music faint as she passed a tune like humming. Uncanny because it seemed to weave with the babble of the stream. Older locals eventually told their piece. Long before, they said people avoided letting children roam there at dusk, claiming the creek spoke names. A farmer once claimed his boy came home pale, insisting he heard his own name, whispered from the bank while he fetched water. Today, that section is still open, shallow and ordinary. Families let their dogs drink, kids still clamber across rocks. But most parents crowd closer when they reach the bend. Voices subdued, and if you ask long enough, someone will tell you of the cousins. They'll point toward the patch of root-hung bank and murmur how prints ended on wet sand, two cousins side by side, not a trace beyond. The creek runs shallow, babbles on, a silver thread against stone. In daylight it looks harmless, but in the hush of evening, sometimes the current does not sound like water alone. It sounds like names carried just behind your shoulder, fading before you can turn. The vanishing girl heading for the bus stop. The neighborhood was unremarkable, a scatter of ranch houses built in the 1960s, each with chain-link yards, cracked driveways, and sagging mailboxes. The kind of street where children rode bikes in lazy loops while adults mowed lawns on weekends. The school bus stopped at the same corner every morning and every afternoon, its yellow hood familiar against the same stretch of curb. Parents relied on that routine. Safe, predictable, ordinary. On a gray Friday in March, 14-year-old Marissa left her house at 7:40 a.m. She wore her denim jacket, her bright purple backpack with keychains clattering against the zipper, new sneakers she'd saved core money to buy. Her father called out from the kitchen to be careful, and she shouted back that she hated being late because the driver always glared. She tugged her hood and set off down the walk, shoes whisking across damp pavement. Several neighbors glimpsed her. A woman brushing her dog saw her pass under the maple. A boy on his own way to school waved across the street, though Marissa only looked ahead. At 7:47, 3 children at the bus stop reported they expected her to arrive any second. They remember glancing up and down the block. They saw only drizzle and empty sidewalk. Marissa never reached the corner. Police arrived within hours when teachers called to confirm her absence. They began retracing her path. Less than 300 yards, straight shot from her front door to the curb. Neighbors swore she had already been halfway when last seen. Yet there were no tracks, no dropped items, nothing unusual. Her backpack, her phone, her jacket, all gone with her. One officer later remarked that the strangest finding was the sidewalk itself. Rain made the concrete dark, good for showing fresh scuffs. Marissa's sneaker prints marked clearly leaving her driveway. The pattern trailed 5, 6, 7 prints toward the corner, and then stopped. The 9th print sat angled on the pavement near the maple. After that, the cement went smooth as if she had lifted clean into air. Dogs brought in later reacted oddly. They pulled easily to the point of the prints and then froze, refusing to turn either left or right. One sat down abruptly, whining. Another attempted to dart back toward her house, tail tucked hard. Witness chatter spread quickly. A man living opposite swore he saw a shift of light near the maple, around the same time, like headlights passing, though no cars drove that street. A woman claimed she heard a young girl laugh faintly, but turned to see only the neighbors' lawns. Nothing returned in the search. Helicopters circled blocks. Crews combed storm drains, creeks, abandoned garages. No sign surfaced. Over time, the story took on quiet folklore. Parents around the neighborhood warned children not to linger walking alone. Teenagers whispered that if you walked from Marissa's driveway to the curb after dark, you could hear footsteps match your own until her last print. Some even chalked the missing shoe mark onto the sidewalk in bright color, only to wake next day and find the chalk washed into nothing, though no rain had fallen. More unnerving were rumors that sometimes drivers passing at night glimpsed a figure on the sidewalk, thin, hood tugged low, a purple flash of backpack. When headlights swept back seconds later, the cement lay bare. The corner bus stop still exists. Yellow paint faded where curb meets street. Children gather there daily, but many clutch phones tighter, their eyes flicking up the block. Marissa's father once stood at the maple for a vigil. He said simply, 300 yards is nothing. She was almost there. You don't lose someone in 300 yards. His voice faltered at the end, as though time itself had erased more than space. And still, when drizzle falls and keys rattle faintly from unseen zippers, some say the air feels thinner along the walk. Not threatening exactly, just hollow, as though someone never quite arrived where she was going. The children who vanished while playing hide and seek. The subdivision was ordinary, a scatter of two-story homes lined along a loop road that curled into woods at the far edge. The yards bled into one another with fences only half finished. Lawns sprouted toys left by kids too hurried to pack them in before dinner. At dusk in summer, the neighborhood rang with their shouting. Bicycles darting. Basketballs thudding off garage doors. Parents liked it that way. It felt secure enough that children could run together until porch lights snapped on. One warm evening in July, 7 children decided to play hide and seek. They were between 8 and 11 years old, a mix of siblings and neighbors. Their laughter carried down the loop as they scattered from the driveway where they had counted. Shrubs swallowed some, sheds closed on others. House corners gave shadows deep enough to hide. The seeker called after counting to 50 and the game spun into motion. It was sometime between 9 and 9:30 when parents noticed the voices had gone strangely uneven. 2 came back from hiding. 1 ran home for water. Another wheeled his bike into the open. But when roll was called, 3 children still hadn't returned. Ashley, 10, Brian, 9, and his cousin Hannah, 11. At first it seemed like ordinary delay, a trio holding out too long in bushes. The seekers circled wide, grumbling, but their hiding places never revealed. By the hour mark, panic opened. Parents flooded yards with flashlights. Open garages were peered into, crawl spaces checked, wooded path walked in loops. Voices rose louder each circuit. The 3 were nowhere on the loop, nor in woods behind, nor on Code Playground a block over. Police arrived fast. It was hard to accept 3 children could vanish en masse between porches, under street lamps that still burned. Neighbors swore they had glimpsed Brian darting across yard minutes earlier, stooped low as though still playing. Another said she thought she heard Hannah's laugh from behind fence. Yet by the time beams searched, no impressions remained on grass, no scuffs under fence slats. Detectives expanded out in circles until dawn. No footprints led into woods. No tire marks suggested abduction. It was as though the 3 had melted directly from evening game into air. Dogs were brought in and trailed them around the loop. They picked up scent at the point of play, the Collins driveway where rules began. They coursed into the yards, back and forth, eager. And then in 3 different spots, each dog sat abruptly, whining. One on the side of the road by mailbox. Another behind backyard shed. A third near a swing set. Each handler said the same. The trail ended sharply in spaces open and unremarkable, as though scent had been cut. Families waited for ransom calls. None came. Flyers scattered across counties. Search helicopters swept fields. But after weeks, the case grew still, tagged unresolved. Rumors always filled what absence left. Children insisted that playing later, they felt the game still going, that if you crouched behind shrub, you sometimes heard quick whispers count, 47, 48 nearby. A girl said she glimpsed 3 figures crouched in opposite yard, but when she turned again, the lawn was empty. Parents grew strict. Games ended before dusk. Loop that had once bubbled with voices thinned into quiet. One neighbor, emptying trash late weeks later, claimed the tag of "Come find me," whispered inside his ear though yard lay bare. A mail carrier said she saw chalk marks on sidewalk, arrows pointing nowhere, the kind children scrawl and forget, except she had washed the walkway herself a day before. Over years, the story hardened into warning. Families who move in hear whispers from long-timers. There's a reason children stay inside here at night. No one repeats it as fact, but kids glance behind them all the same, turn porch lights on earlier than dusk. The Collins driveway still holds cracks where the first count happened. Sometimes older residents say on humid nights the sound of counting drifts faint, drawn breathless, reaching 49-50, though no one waits with eyes covered. And sometimes parents still wake from half sleep, sure they've just heard a burst of laughter behind garden fence. The air carries it thin. They step outside, scan yards, see nothing but motionless toys left in grass and dark houses, humming with air conditioners. 3 children hid in plain suburban places, yards within sight. They should have been found with shouts. Instead, they were lost in a game meant to last a few minutes. Their voices seemed to echo for hours after, then years. Today, the game still hums faint, though no one remembers who was meant to be it. The girl lost beyond the orchard. Well, the orchard was an old one, rows of apple trees planted before the county even existed. Most of the grove had gone wild by the time hikers began passing through. Branches bent low, fruit dropping to rot in the grass, bees clouding the air each September. At the far edge of those trees sat a well, stone-lined and capped with a circle of wood barely holding. Locals avoided it, though they never said clearly why. Warnings circulated through families in simple form: don't linger near the well after dusk. The Parker family rented a farm cottage nearby one autumn. They had only one child, a daughter named Emily, 11 years old, curious to the point of stubbornness. Neighbors recalled her wandering constantly, walking the rows, balancing along fallen logs, calling out to horses across fences. She was observant, her father said, pointing out little things adults overlooked: moths clinging to bark, the color of worms under damp stone. On a bright October afternoon, Emily convinced her parents to let her explore the orchard while they finished chores. The well was no secret. She had asked about it earlier. Her mother told her plainly, "Don't go near it, the cover's old." Emily had nodded, but nodded in the evasive way a child does when her mind is already racing toward forbidden ground. When her father returned to call her in for supper, she was gone. The search began with neighbors circling the orchard rows, calling her name between trees. The cottage dog darted ahead and back, nervous. They found her footprints easily at first, small sneakers pressed into soft dirt, weaving through rows, scattering under heavy windfall apples. They led directly toward the far stone well. At the well itself, the ground showed more scuffs, her prints unmistakable around the rim. One small apple core sat on the stones as though she had eaten there. Beyond that, nothing, no prints leading away, no sign of wood cover shifted. The rope long rotted, nothing strong enough to bear weight. Searchers tested it. The stones echoed hollow, cold air rising faintly, but no sound of water, no splash. Divers who lowered cameras the next morning reported the shaft collapsed only 10 feet down, blocked with stone. There was nowhere to fall, and yet Emily did not come home. Dogs circled, whined, refused to step closer than 10 feet. Their handlers strained at leashes, but each animal braced stiff, ears flat. When drones passed overhead with infrared, the grove showed only uneven heat where apples rotted. No sign of movement underground, no trace of a body hidden. Neighbors muttered uneasily. They said they had long heard odd things near the well, children's voices, faint knocks echoing against stone. One old woman swore she once walked past and heard her own name whispered upward in the dark, though she never repeated it outside family. For weeks, flyers papered barns and town shops. Parents stood hollow-eyed for cameras, insisting they would keep looking. But the orchard gave no clue. As seasons passed, the lore deepened. Teenagers dared each other to approach the well after dark, to knock 3 times on the wood and wait. Some claimed faint knocks returned. Others insisted they heard the sound of breathing, shallow, drawn from beneath the stone. No one admitted to staying long. The cottage stands empty now. The orchard grows wilder each year. Moss thickens on the stones of the well, wood gray and sagging. No fence has been raised to protect it, though many urge the county to wall it off. People still walk the rows in daylight, taste wild fruit, take photographs, but few remain past sunset. Stories say that if you stand at the well near evening, the orchard hushes, bees sink early to silence, air cools without reason, and sometimes, if you lean close, you may think you hear the faint echoes of a child's laugh below the stones, followed by quiet, as if someone waits patiently for you to answer back. Emily's father once said in his only interview after years of silence, "It wasn't the kind of place you expect to lose somebody. Rows of trees, open field, She was right there. She was just right there. The well still waits among those rows. Stones settle deeper each season, a mouth half hidden, and the girl who once stepped too close has never returned to close it. The carnival was a small one, the traveling type that unfolded overnight in county fairgrounds and vanished again at week's end. It was not large enough to carry big rides, no roller coasters, no steel towers. But it brought Ferris wheels half-size, tilt-a-whirls, spun sugar vendors, and lights that shimmered against summer dusk like falling constellations. Children crowded, teenagers paired off. Parents leaned against fence rails with hot dogs wrapped in wax paper. For small towns, it was enough. For children, it was everything. That August evening, 12-year-old Daniel Hayes followed his parents through the midway. He was tall for his age, though still slight, every gesture quick with curiosity. He carried $6 earned mowing lawns, folded in his pocket to spend on rides or a gaudy toy blaster. His parents described him laughing hard, bouncing ahead then snapping back to their sides with questions. How high Ferris wheel cars went, how fast a ride spun. He wore his green t-shirt with faded superhero logo and beat-up sneakers dusted from baseball season. They expected nothing but a night of noise, a meal of fried batter, and tired smiles walking back. The last certain sight of Daniel was by the funhouse mirror portal. Accounts vary in small angles, but each has a core. The boy darted ahead, tugging his sleeve free from his mother's hand to see the shifting lights, and then vaulted lightly into line. Parents stepped forward seconds later, but Daniel was gone. The funhouse itself was checked instantly. His parents staggered through the distorting glass with shouts, their reflections multiplying into shards. They expected to find him laughing behind warped panes. But the pathway was empty, only other children ahead giggling. No sign of Daniel pushing in or backing out. Security responded fast, accustomed to children straying but not vanishing. Fences were sealed, gates locked. Every ride paused while names were called over loudspeaker. The crowd grew still, hesitant, parents sheltering their own. Within minutes, the fairgrounds felt altered, air thick with something uncanny between panic and disbelief. Search teams spread across the carnival perimeter. The grounds were simple, an open field bordered by chain link on 3 sides, and parking gravel on the 4th. Children could not simply run free. There were ticket booths catching everyone. Yet no witness saw Daniel climb fence, exit gate, or even trail far. His image melted among lights. By midnight, the loud games silenced, booths folded tense, families ushered home. The Hayes parents sat under sodium lamps pale as dawn, voices hoarse from shouting. Deputies prowled with spotlights across the grounds, dogs sniffing for scent. The dogs behaved oddly. One of them tracked easily down the row of vendors, wagging as though catching his line. He stopped at the funhouse and pressed muzzle along the entry mat, whining low. Then he turned circles, dragged lead around the very center of the mirror maze. Handlers reported the dog tried to sit, raise paw, scratch one place on the floor where prints showed nothing. When pulled to continue, he refused, tail tucked, ears folding backward. Handlers switched dogs. Each showed the same puzzlement. They pressed close to glass and yelped lightly, like barking at reflection. None indicated trail beyond. By dawn, the carnival people swore every trailer had been checked. Ferris wheels swept, booths unslung, ground sifted. Deputies measured fence lines. No panels loose, no gap. Yet no Daniel. For weeks investigation sprawled. Posters showed his face, green shirt marked, reward fund rising. Neighbors repeated disbelief. How does a boy vanish in a crowd? It was not wilderness, not forest hush. It was a county field ringed in bulbs, choked with hundreds. But no trace emerged. Months later, whispers grew among those who had been there. A teenage girl swore that while spinning cotton candy, she saw a boy in green shirt pause nearest mirror, fix eyes, and then her words faltered. His reflection turned first. She swore the figure in glass moved faster than the boy did, hands lifting just before his did, mouth open, not in laugh but something else. She blinked. The boy stepped in. She turned away. She insisted she heard a half-choked sound seconds after, but doubted herself in noise. When news spread he was gone, she quietly offered her account to a friend, then regretted repeating it. Others spoke of hearing a child's voice call behind them after the loudspeaker began, clear calling of name, not Daniel, but others' names, whispered plainly near ear with no figure nearby. The carnival never returned. The county banned it outright after pressure. Where wheels once spun and sausages fried, weeds grew thigh-high. The funhouse mirrors were sold off scrap. Stories linger that one cracked pane turned up later in a salvage yard and would cast one too many shadows. The Hayes family never understood, never let go. His mother gave one interview where she said, "There were 100 mirrors, but none showed him, not one." Her gaze held glassy after, as though she herself were trapped in reflection half unknown. Folklore thickened among teens. They dared each other to visit site. Some said voices linger strongest at the season, when lights once shone. "Walk the abandoned gravel then," they warned, "and you will hear laughter faint with carnival bells, though no rides stand." Others claimed that glimpsed at dusk in house windows around town. A boy in green t-shirt appeared an instant across glass. Parents excused it as trick of passing headlights. But the more people repeated, the more it became proper whisper that Daniel had stepped not through mirror maze but into mirror itself. Authorities still file him as missing juvenile, last known at traveling carnival. The paperwork reads routine, but locals speak truer. A boy ran ahead, stepped into funhouse glow, and was lost not through distance but through reflection. Even now, nights when fairgrounds lie empty and street lamps glow, asphalt glistens after rain like silver glass. Those who stand near chain link sometimes startle at sudden reflection of a child standing behind. Too close, and when they whirl, the road is empty. Daniel Hayes never returned. His parents still keep unopened his folded allowance, $6 crisp in drawer, as though waiting for him to come claim sweets he meant to buy. The carnival moved on, but reflections in glass remember differently. They keep the boy who looked too intently, who smiled into surface brighter than bulbs, whose stride never came back out. And every year when lights flare again in towns one county over, men swearing to forget still say they glimpse in mirror corners, a child watching shadow half a beat ahead of his own. The ground where the carnival stood is plain field now, grass grows, silence holds, but reflections wait anywhere light strikes glass. And some say, when you lean in close, you can still hear a boy's intake of breath and see eyes meeting yours, caught behind pain, waiting for you to step in after. The camper who walked past the restrooms. The state park was happy sounding during the day. You could hear laughter spilling from the picnic grounds, tents unzipping, aluminum poles clinking. Every half hour a ranger truck passed, dust curling in its wake. The restrooms sat at the center of all of it, plain cinder block, painted tan decades earlier, buzzing with fluorescent light. Men's side to the left, women's to the right, water fountains placed awkwardly near the door. At night, families laced shoes to shuffle there together, flashlights bobbing. That short route was lined with gravel and bordered by waist-high weeds. Nothing dangerous, just the mundane journey every camper took after supper. In the last week of July, a family from Ohio set up a dome tent just 2 sites away. They were 2 adults and a 12-year-old boy named Ryan. He was bright-eyed, talkative, usually with a baseball cap slanted on his head. He carried a cheap flashlight his father had bought at the gas station on the drive-in, blue plastic with sticker peeling at the edge. Ryan liked to show off its beam, tilting it under his chin to frighten his cousins. On Sunday night, after s'mores and stories, his family asked if he wanted to head with them on their last restroom stroll before sleep. Ryan shook his head, grinning. "I can go on my own, it's right there." His father pointed towards Cinderblock's shape. visible through trees not 100 yards away. The bulb hummed visibly over the doorway, casting insects in a loose halo. "Straight there and back," his mother called. He answered with mock salute. Other families saw him too. A woman rinsing a pan watched the boy angle off the gravel path, beam of flashlight playing along weeds. She thought he was a little bold to walk alone, but smiled. Another camper recalled him whistling a made-up tune as he passed, sure of himself. Every account matches. He was headed directly toward the restrooms, blue beam bobbing. He never walked back. By the time minutes stretched, his parents stood outside tent calling. At first they assumed mischief, a boy dawdling, maybe talking to other kids. His father grew irritated by the 10th minute, marched halfway down gravel. The restroom door squeaked open to spill light, a stranger exiting with towel over shoulder. No Ryan inside. The building was empty. Voices rose. Other campers searched with headlamps. Flashlight beams crossed across weeds around trash bins. The family called louder, their voices carrying. Rangers were notified before midnight. Ryan's flashlight was never recovered. Dogs brought into camp the next morning took his scent quickly from bedding. They followed eagerly down gravel path, exactly as witnesses described, and drew handlers across weed margin to the restrooms. The animals walked beyond brick wall, then faltered. They circled twice between doorways. Then, to handlers' disbelief, they pulled hard to the far side of the building, away from the door. There they slowed and whined. One pressed nose against the bricks themselves, pawing lightly at wall as though an entry was hidden there. Handlers tugged forward, but the dogs returned repeatedly to that same blank patch of cinder. Rangers spread out, assuming the boy had missed path. But no prints led into the thistles. No broken stalks showed where sneakers had strayed. No shoe impression marked soil. The investigation stretched for days. Helicopters swept shoreline of nearby lake. Volunteers probed gullies. Rangers checked cabins and service roads. Nothing told. Parents in camp described odd echoes nights following. One woman insisted she heard a child's voice humming between stalls, though the building stood empty. A teenager whispered that, passing by late alone, she glimpsed blue glow dancing behind restroom wall where no window was set. When she returned with others, only tan bricks met her beam. The restroom block had been built in the 1960s. Old records noted little, but did show foundations deeper than expected. Extra space poured below ground for piping. Some wondered if Ryan had slipped into some hidden cavity, but engineers confirmed nothing existed, only shallow crawlways. Folklore began building. Families who returned each summer called it the wall. Children dared each other to tap bricks with nails and wait. Some swore a hollow thud came back. Others claimed when you leaned with ear flush, a faint breathing met you. Camp counselors discouraged stories, but campers repeated them anyway, after firelight dimmed. Ryan's family returned the next year briefly to place flowers close to cinder block. His father refused interviews. His mother said softly only, "It was visible the whole time. We saw the door, but he didn't walk back out." Decades onward, the restroom block still stands, painted over but never rebuilt. Rangers repoint bricks, replace buzzing tubes. They walk children by with casual tones. No plaque marks the boy. Late visitors remember sensation. They stop mid-stride, sure someone else is breathing inches off when no one is behind them. Regulars whisper that if you walk around building alone after midnight, the night seems to miscount your own steps, as though another footfall adds, then subtracts in rhythm of its own. Some children say they've spotted a black-haired boy briefly rounding corner, a pale flashlight beam bobbing blue before nothing fills space. Each summer the camp fills with human clamor again. Lanterns burn, fires roar, laughter rides air, and parents clutch flashlights tighter when children ask to walk alone. The door of restroom glows steady as ever, but families linger in groups, no longer trusting the short course across weeds. They speak in lowered tones of that Sunday long back, of the boy who said mock salute, walked confident toward buzzing light, and never walked back into view. Today the block hums with same ordinary neon. At dusk, moths thrum against bulb, wings cracking faint like static. Gravel crunches with endless feet. Most evenings no memory stirs, just campers shuffling in and out under moon. But some swear if you pass by too silent, you will catch brief flicker through corner vision. A beam sweeping blue tracing weeds, then curving sharp into blank wall, as if carried by a boy who never finished his journey. And if you pause listening, you might catch his whistle, just a thread of tune hanging low, repeating until swallowed by insect hum. The sound lasts no longer than a blink, just long enough for you to feel the hair rise at your neck, just long enough to wonder if someone still steps half a beat beyond bricks, waiting to finish his walk back to tent. The Vanishing Girl on Jefferson Bridge. Jefferson Bridge was unremarkable in design. Two rusting lanes crossed a shallow river on the edge of town, flanked by guardrails scuffed with decades of dents. Two pale lamps swung overhead, yellow light pooling weak over concrete. By day, it was only a quick shortcut between neighborhoods and highway. By night, it became nearly deserted, the sound of water rising faint through girders, the air smelling of wet reeds carried up from banks. On a crisp October Saturday, 17-year-old Chloe Martin left her friend's house just before 11. She wore a denim jacket, hoodie beneath, and her long hair tucked into headphones stringing down to her phone. In her last text to her friend, she typed, "Crossing now, be home in 10. A traffic camera caught her moments later stepping onto the sidewalk of Jefferson Bridge at 10:56 p.m. Two drivers confirmed the sight. One passed seeing her hood up, chin bent, a pale glow of her phone lighting her hands. Another said she seemed distracted, maybe changing a song. Both were certain she was alone. She never came off the other side. By midnight, her parents, waiting at home, began calling. Her phone never answered. They drove across the span themselves, scanning rails with headlights, but saw only empty pavement. At dawn, police searched. Divers swept the channel beneath. The river that October was low and muddy, easy to comb. They found no jacket, no shoes, no phone. The camera at opposite end, running without issue, failed to record her stepping down. Cars appeared as normal. Chloe never showed. Dogs were put onto her scent mid-morning. They led handlers quickly down the entrance sidewalk, noses high, tails eager. But halfway across, without hesitation, each stopped tight at the same span of railing. They whined, trembled, noses pressed to guardrail bolts as if scent extended beyond. Handlers tried urging them farther. None would advance. Investigators focused on that section. Nothing unusual was found. No scrape or scuff along railing. No broken bolt. No drop in mud below. Witness variations clouded further. One motorist claimed she saw Chloe glance sharply over her shoulder mid-span, as though someone else walked with her, though no figure was visible. Another swore he spotted a pale flicker, like cloth twisting just over the railing in lamp glow. None of it integrated cleanly. Days bled into weeks. Flyers hung under telephone poles. Flowers gathered at bridge approach. Her parents gave interviews. Her mother repeated hollowly, "If she'd fallen, we'd have found her. If she'd run, someone would have seen. She just didn't come out." Stories linger. A jogger explained he once saw a girl ahead at dawn, hair swinging, stride steady across midpoint. He blinked and she was gone, the walkway empty under lamps hum. A fisherman beneath swore faint music trickled into fog one morning, just notes of a pop song drifting like earbuds lost. Teenagers whisper the nickname now, the hollow span. They say reflections at midpoint sometimes lag in rail glass, half a second behind your own. Truckers say headlights occasionally fall on a shadow, keeping pace outside guardrail. The Martins still cross each year, walking flowers to center, placing them where the dogs stopped cold. Petals scatter to river. In daylight, the bridge looks ordinary again. Concrete, rust streaks, reeds shifting beneath. But after dark, the silence of that middle feels deep. Drivers lower music. Joggers turn around early. Something about the center is always missing. Chloe's case remains cold. File labeled unresolved disappearance. The record shows her walking onto bridge and never off. And each foggy night the same stretch hums with possibility. Sit quiet enough, and you may hear river lapping steady below, faint croak of crickets muffled in reeds, the swaying of lamp cables against steel. Within that layered hush, footsteps sometimes seem to hover ahead, quick and light as if someone's still crossing with phone aglow, yet never reaching the far end. The hollow span remains, ordinary to the map, uncanny to the town that still remembers a girl who texted she'd be home in 10 minutes, walked into yellow light and never walked out again. The vanishing boy in the cornfield rose. The corn grew tall that August, higher than a man's shoulders, stalks rattling at even the gentlest breeze. The fields east of town stretched in grids wider than the horizon, dirt lanes cutting narrow aisles. Children sometimes played in those rows, imagining castles, mazes, or battlefields. Farmers discouraged them, warning that it was too easy to wander deeper than intended and lose your bearings. But children are curious, and their certainty in their own sense of direction is unshakable until it proves wrong. 9-year-old Jacob Miller was spending the summer with his grandparents at their farm. He was cheerful, restless, the sort of boy who carried sticks as swords and filled his pockets with feathers and bent nails. One evening after supper, as the sky turned lavender and crickets swelled along the hedgerows, Jacob asked if he could play in the hedgerows before bed. His grandmother wiped her hands on a dish towel and shook her head gently. He protested with a grin, holding up his stick like a spear. "I'll be right back," he promised. She sighed and let him go, repeating only, "Don't go far, stay where we can hear you." He waved, sandals clapping in dust, and slipped between the stalks. At first his voice rang back brightly. He called jokes, rattled stalks, made the whooshing sounds of swords meeting air. The corn shifted visibly where he passed. Then the noise dimmed, voices fading the way light thins at dusk. His grandmother, finishing dishes, stepped outside and called his name down rows. Silence answered. She called again, sharper, no reply. When his grandfather came from the shed, they both shouted, walking to the rows. Dirt paths stretched out empty, stalks swaying with innocent rustle. Where Jacob had entered, his faint footprints were visible in dust. But halfway down the lane they grew irregular and ended, as if someone had brushed them smooth, or as if he had ceased walking there entirely. Neighbors joined with lanterns, flashlights danced among stalks, calling his name. Corn bent close behind them, disguising paths and moments. By dawn, search crews had widened into acres. Dogs were brought. Each took Jacob's scent from his jacket and barreled confidently into the rows. But 50 yards in, every animal faltered in near identical fashion. They circled once, whined, and sat down on the dirt, staring at the soil between corn stalks. Their handlers tugged, urging them deeper. None advanced. All pressed noses low, as if the scent had descended straight into the ground before them. Helicopters came, their drumming blades flattening tassels briefly. Farmers searched for wells, shafts, holes, anything. They found nothing. Machines chopped through grid lines months later at harvest, and still there was no trace. No sandal, no stick, not even a scrap of cotton from shirt. Locals began to exchange quieter stories. An older farmer recalled years earlier hearing children's laughter deep in rows when he knew no one had been there. Another swore that after heavy winds, paths had realigned overnight. Geometry strange the next morning. Volunteers during the search admitted to unnerving moments. A teenage girl said she heard whispers pacing her, always a few stalks away, too near to dismiss but impossible to catch. A man claimed he felt a cool draft shoot sudden and hard down one row, while every other stood still as stone. The official report called Jacob a boy lost in tall corn, presumed wandered beyond. But those who dragged fields knew the land. They said no sign, no bent rows, no scattered prints ever picked up beyond that instant where his trail stopped short. His grandparents marked the entrance row with ribbons every summer since. They still speak of him softly but never leave the property, unwilling to abandon memory to absence. The cornfield absorbed its legend. Children dared each other to play tag along the margins. Parents warned them sternly not to run too far. Stories passed like folklore, that if you listened too long, the wind through tassels bent into whispers, syllables you could almost decipher, that a boy was still running a row ahead, sandals slapping dust that never marked ground. Farm workers later admitted to hearing shouts, brief, urgent, wait, echo in cutting machines' path, though no one stood there. Some swore dew left the shapes of small bare feet at morning, drying to dust as sun rose. His grandmother confided once, "I told him to stay where we could hear him." And maybe we did, but only too faint to follow. Now in August, when the corn swells thickest, drivers along Farm Road glance quickly away. The rows sway in ordinary breeze, yet hold a quiet heavier than many dare admit. The rustle is natural, but layered thick enough that listeners imagine sandals, the rattle of a boy's stick clattering once, then ceasing. Jacob Miller never returned. His laugh, his promise that he'd be right back hangs in air half remembered. The dirt lane where his prints ended grows over each year, replanted, renewed. But no one shakes off the sense that one step too deep into the labyrinth may place you alongside him, walking trails that close behind your heel, sealing you off from the world already calling your name. And in those nights when the wind slides across thousands of leaves at once, the world becomes soft with rustle and cricket drone. The fields darken like walls, and their layered hush seems to hold a child's voice always just ahead. Laughter carried forward, not into the world but into the rows themselves, echoing endlessly where no one can follow. The vanishing girl on the frozen pond. The pond was shallow, no more than 2 acres of water in the hollow of a meadow near the tree line. In summer it shrank into algae and reeds, dragonflies scraping the air above it, frogs calling from shadowed banks. Parents let children poke at tadpoles with sticks and set folding chairs in ankle-deep water. It was the safest sort of water a town could imagine, better described as a puddle stretched wide. But when winter froze for long enough, when temperatures stayed below ice for a week straight, the surface hardened into a pane so clear it felt designed for play. Generations of children grew up sliding and laughing across it. Each December, parents shook their heads and said it was risky, that county warnings never tested thickness properly, and then, as the weeks proved safe, they let their own boots tramp across anyway. That January was no different. The air stayed tight and white, breath burning when exhaled. Families came every day with sleds and skates and mittens. The ice was wide, already etched by dozens of runs, and from above looked solid as steel. The Keener family brought their 2 children, including 9-year-old Anna. She was small for her age, wiry, hair tucked beneath a bright red hat her mother had knitted. She had a laugh that echoed without effort. Neighbors quoted later how that sound had carried across the pond before she vanished, how it seemed to reverberate still when they thought back years after. Anna had a stubborn streak. When others stopped short of the center, she always pressed a little farther, daring herself with mischievous grin. That day she wore her new boots, laces trailing, purple gloves swinging like flags. She ran with her cousin, slid across narrow racing strips, toppled into a drift, jumped up laughing. Witnesses remembered her face flushed pink against icy air, her mouth wide with exhilaration. At some point near the late afternoon, she walked farther out toward the center of the pond. Her cousin said she squatted briefly to knot her laces, then looked up with a grin too quick to photograph. A neighbor's son swore she lifted her arm as if waving toward the tree line, though he could not say to whom. Another child insisted she broke into a run, boots skimming, mittened hands out to steady balance. All agreed she was an open center, alive with motion, and then she wasn't. None of the children heard a splash. None saw cracks. It wasn't like a fall into water. She was simply in step and then not. The ice lay seamless and bare where she had been only a blink before. At first they thought it a game, that she crouched flat hiding. Parents were slow to react until shrill panic broke from the children. Adults charged onto ice, boots crunching, voices calling. Dozens of feet hammered ice rangers later said was already unsafe from weight alone, but still no fracture showed. They stared down expecting a hollow, a bubble of water, some hint. The glassy crust was perfect. Snow skittered lightly across its surface, wind smearing tracks into confusion. By the time the official search mobilized within the hour, dusk had closed in. Portable lights set glare against white, beams dazzling across ice sheet. Searchers moved in lines, shoving poles, drilling. The first diver report insisted the pond held steady at only chest depth where Anna had been seen. The thickness of freeze was 9 inches. It would not have swallowed her. No garment, no glove, no torn fabric appeared. For days the meadow filled with volunteers. Dogs scouted perimeter, their breath blowing in clouds. Each trotted easily across snow toward pond edge, but refused to place paw upon the surface, whining low, ears flat, tails tucked. Handlers grew frustrated as each animal twisted backward, straining for the road as though avoiding an unseen barrier. Helicopters swept the tree line. Divers searched again after cutting channels. The pond gave nothing back, and yet stories piled. Some children swore they had seen a shadow below the ice, sliding opposite Anna. One cried that he thought hands pressed briefly from beneath, palms trying to knock their way out. Parents hushed them, calling it hysteria. Still, the accounts refused to vanish. A teenager said she heard Anna's faint call echo across reeds beyond, though footprints there lay unmarked. Reporters arrived, wool coats pulled tight, their voices solemn. Footage went out on nightly news. Parents clawed at snowbanks beside searchers. Neighbors brought food. Coverage repeated the paradox: broad daylight, 50 witnesses, shallow pond, and a girl who was simply gone. By the 4th day, official language hardened into unexplained absence. Rangers muttered about the possibility she had wandered away, a theory that infuriated others who had sworn they watched her out on the ice seconds before. Parents shook heads firmly. We saw her, we know. When spring thaw came, divers cleared every stone of mudbed. The pond was shallow and coughing reeds. No boot, no hat, no fragment surfaced. By law, the case closed as unsolved juvenile disappearance. Over time, lore twined around. Elders shook their heads and said that pond had been strange since long before subdivision houses lined its meadow. They claimed it pulled from springs whose movements shifted, tunneling channels beneath. Maybe underground made swallowings possible, though divers had disproved. Teenagers invented dares. Some said the pond kept what it wanted. Children whispered myths of mirrors. One rumor went that the ice's surface could be mistaken. Sometimes it showed reflections not standing above, but others entirely, and if you stepped at the wrong second, you'd pass into the reflection itself. More dramatic versions insisted that Anna had been pulled under by her own shadow. What gave the story teeth was scale of witnesses. It wasn't one solitary hiker with a tale. Scores of children watched. Adults stamped holes, cursed, wailed. They knew reality had shifted in public moment. Years passed, but the pond's quiet menace grew. Parents warned children firmly not to cross. Teens bragged anyway, some slipping out to skate sneakers thin. They reported their own sensations, footsteps echoing double, sounds out of rhythm. Once a boy said he hummed softly while sliding and heard a harmony under him through glass. Another said in dust silence his ears muffled as though underwater, though air was crisp. A high schooler drove friends late one February night and dared them across. He alone claimed to see a pale oval, like a face under ice, reflect back not quite aligned with stars overhead. He ran trembling. His friends teased until they saw how pale he remained. Anna's family moved away the following year. Their former home sold, photographs folded away. But each anniversary strangers now place carnations at pond shore. On certain years, a scrap of red yarn is tied to reeds, the same thread her mother once used in knitting hat. Nobody admits to tying it, nobody removes it. And still, Winters form clean ice. Neighborhood dogs bark less often when walking paths past. Adults cut circles instead of risking center. But once in a while, curiosity pulls someone. Standing there at dusk, one feels air shift cooler a half degree, feels hush descend across meadow. No splash of fish, no chatter of cattails, just silence wide enough to recall absence. And in that absence, some say, lingers faintest vibration, a laugh pressed from year before, blurred, suspended on white pain that renews itself each frost. People insist you cannot lose someone visibly, in front of dozens, on ground only 3 feet deep. And yet Anna Keener vanished mid-stride, mitten raised, red hat pulled low, a grin still on her lips. Her cousin swears he still sees it, burned into every dream's after image. Today the pond lies ordinary by maps, shallow water in a floodplain. But in town memory, it is divided between before and after. Before the laughter stopped in thin air, after the day wind hissed across clean ice that should have held and did, but did not give back what it took. Every winter the ice returns, flawless, waiting, erasing tracks that come across to its center. No names etched, no footprints beyond, only silence and the suggestion of possibility that if you walked far enough in just the same hush of gray sky, you too might feel ground slip imperceptibly, though nothing breaks, and be carried into whatever absence claimed her. The snow continues, always falling unbroken, muffling the sound of breath into stillness, covering surface smooth as bone. The pond waits for thaw and hardens again the next year, as if no step had ever graced its face, as though no girl had ever been lost there at all. The girl who walked toward the abandoned barn. The farmland stretched flat and wide outside town, a patchwork of cornfields broken by dirt lanes and hedgerows. At the edge of one property, where the rows met overgrown pasture, stood an old barn. Its paint had long since peeled into gray splinters. The roof sagged but never collapsed, and its doors hung unlatched, one canted askew. Kids on bikes often pointed it out to each other but kept their distance. Stories circulated that animals refused to bed inside it, that strange figures sometimes stared out where cows once stood. Adults dismissed this as childish exaggeration, though more than a few admitted unease when driving lonely back roads near it. One chilly October afternoon, a 14-year-old girl named Lacey walked home with her friend after school. The direct route to her house cut near those fields, a half-mile shorter than circling by pavement. The two came to the old barn and paused. Lacey stared longer than usual. Her friend tugged her sleeve and said they should hurry, storm clouds moving in. But Lacey said she wanted to take a closer look just once. Her friend hesitated while Lacey headed toward the leaning doors. She called for her to wait, but Lacey only waved, stepping across the weeds with assurance, her braid tucked under hoodie. That was the last anyone saw of her. The friend, nervous, walked to the road instead, expecting Lacey to catch up. When she didn't arrive home, parents called police. Searchers combed fields with headlights. They found no footprints past the barn's door, though the grass flattened where she had stepped through. Inside, the floorboards sagged, littered with bird droppings, scraps of rusted farm gear. Dust lay thick. There were no fresh tracks, no impressions of sneakers. She had entered, but no marks showed that she had circled, wandered, or even stood long. Dogs found her scent strong at the barn threshold, then pulled toward the interior, noses weaving among beams. But as they reached the middle of the floor, they stopped, confused, circling tight. Tails dropped, ears flattened. They barked bluntly once, and then refused forward as though scent ended sharp without trail leading outward. Deputies searched loft, emptied corners, pulled up old tarp piles. Nothing. Handlers insisted if she had gone further, the dogs would follow. Something about the scent stopped inside. For days, volunteers searched corn rows, drainage ditches, abandoned silos. Some muttered of wells hidden under floorboards, though the barn had none. Helicopters scanned fields late into evening. Nothing ever surfaced. What circulated instead were odd reports. A farmer on Ridge claimed to see a girl standing in barn entry. Days later at dusk, her outline pale against shadow, before vanishing as he drove closer. A teenager sneaking a smoke nearby swore he heard muffled coughing from inside, though. When he darted off, the sound followed him halfway across field before ceasing. The barn grew into legend quickly. Kids dared each other to approach after dark. A common story said if you stepped inside and turned once in place, you would feel air shift colder, smell hay though none remained. Some spoke of faint humming echoing rafters. Lacey's family placed a cross near road where field path began. They left photos and notes, flowers that wilted against corn stalks. They never moved away, but they stopped answering questions after that first year. Today the barn still slouches against horizon, half hidden by trees grown tall around. Roof shingles scud in wind. The doors still hang loose, moving with complaint when air presses them, and many who drive by slow unconsciously, looking into shadow. Some swear a girl still stands near threshold, quick figure in hoodie, braid slipping forward across shoulder before fading as car passes. Others say if you stop nearby too long you hear floorboards creak without weight, as if someone's still shifting inside. The barn should be another ruin, one among many scatters across Midwest farmland. But this one holds unease each season. The silence of absence pressed heavy against beams. Lacey never came home again. She smiled once, waving off her nervous friend, and stepped across weeds into doorway. A child chasing curiosity. That wave lingers in memory, half raised, as though still visible against timbers even now. And each autumn evening when fields hiss with wind and birds wheel down, the barn seems to lean farther still, waiting. Its doors open toward road, its shadow wider than walls can explain. The boy who walked into the church basement. The church was unremarkable, a brick rectangle at the intersection of two quiet Midwestern streets. It had no cathedral spire, no vaulted ceiling, nothing to make tourists stop for photographs. Its bell tower rose only 30 feet, squat and plain. Its sanctuary lined with rows of worn wooden pews that smelled of polish and hymnals cracked with dust. For decades it hosted Sunday sermons, church suppers, wedding receptions, scout meetings. Nothing unusual seemed destined to happen in such an ordinary place, until a child disappeared down the basement stairwell and never returned. The basement was simple too. Stone foundation walls ringed a fellowship hall with yellowed linoleum tile. Off to one side sat a dated kitchen with a steel coffee pot and bent shelves lined with mismatched plates. Long fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead. Two narrow hallways led to classrooms still used for Sunday school. Folding chairs were stacked, old choir robes sealed into plastic sacks. A pair of filing cabinets stood jammed with bulletins from decades past. One stairwell connected it to the vestibule above. The only other door led outside to a gravel lot, but it was bolted with iron when not in use. On a mild October afternoon, 9-year-old Matthew Collins came to the church with his mother. She cleaned the sanctuary once a week, vacuuming and polishing pews for a small stipend. He often tagged along, setting crayons to paper while she worked. Neighbors described Matthew as thin and lively, always turning his drawings into puzzles, mazes that twisted and sprawled far past the edges of the page. That day, he had been sketching just such a maze at the end of the pews, humming softly to himself as he filled corners with bright red wax. He looked up once and asked, "Can I finish this one downstairs? It's quieter down there." His mother smiled, nodding, and said not to be long. He carried his crayons loosely cupped in hand, jacket folded over his arm, and trotted down the basement stairs, sneakers clapping against wood. 10 minutes later, his mother called out from the sanctuary. No answer drifted back. She set down her dust cloth, frowned, and walked down the steps. The fellowship hall lay empty. His crayons were scattered by the kitchen door, one broken in half, the jacket folded neatly over a chair. But Matthew himself was gone. At first she thought it a joke. She opened each classroom, checked behind cabinets, peered into the supply closet. "Matthew," her voice circled weirdly, echoing longer than usual, as if bouncing against extra walls. She shouted louder, panic rising. Nothing. She bolted upstairs, circled the outside, checked that no doors stood open. All were locked. She returned trembling, calling until her throat cracked, then ran for a phone. Police responded as if a child had wandered from a park. But as they checked the basement, their unease grew. The rear door was still bolted, the only stairwell passed by his mother minutes before. Deputies swept hallways 3 times. The boy's things lay unchanged where his mother first saw them. He was not in the building. Dogs were deployed quickly. The animals caught Matthew's scent on the stairs and pulled handlers downward into the fellowship hall. They circled where the crayons lay, nostrils flaring, then stopped. Ears folded, tails lowered, one pawed at linoleum, scrubbed clean, whining at kitchen wall as if smell carried through. The handler tugged leash forward, but the dog refused, staring stiff at stone blocks. The team tried again with 2 other dogs, and each echoed the same posture, searching, then stopping short, noses pressed towards surfaces that held no opening. Investigators dismantled what they could. Panels removed, piping checked, vents unscrewed. They prowled walls with flashlight beams, tapped stone with hammers, scanned for gaps. The building yielded nothing but echoes. Rumors trailed swiftly. A girl upstairs practicing organ said later, she thought she heard laughter under her feet. Too light, too muffled, at the wrong time of day. A parishioner stopping briefly in office remembered his ears ringing oddly near stairwell, a press like descending altitude. These were dismissed as nerves, though whispers persisted. The press seized the strangeness. "Boy vanishes in church basement," read the state paper. Cameras filmed mothers clutching children outside. Interviewers pressing with questions that had no answers. His mother faced them once, hair unkempt, cheeks streaked, saying, "He just wanted a quiet place to draw." 2 minutes, 2 minutes. The words hollowed into silence. Volunteers searched cemeteries, backfields, shallow river nearby. Neighbors opened garages, hauled through brush. Nothing. Reports dwindled. Months later, those still cleaning the church insisted odd traces remained. One claimed to hear faint knocking along fellowship hall floor while setting up tables. Another swore she saw a glow, as if a flashlight moved behind locked rear door. Though bolts were rusted, children flatly refused to line up in Sunday school basement hall. They whispered of counting an extra door, narrow, visible only for a moment before blinking away. Adults told them to hush, yet avoided eye contact. Older members dredged up a tale from long ago. Carpenters who poured foundation had claimed voices trickled out of stone. One quit mid-project, muttering that the blocks sounded hollow as drums. For decades, the story had been laughed away. It sounded less funny now. Years passed and service hours returned. The church still opens its sanctuary, still gathers choirs, but few choose to stay long in the fellowship hall. Even church staff admit they secure the basement early, reluctant to linger under its buzzing lights. Matthew's file remains open, unsolved. School portraits yellow on flyers preserved by his family. All that was found in the basement that day belongs still to evidence. The folded jacket and the scattered crayons, one snapped in 2. The maze he had been sketching upstairs remains half-finished, crimson pathways wandering off edge. Occasionally visitors describe sensations. A volunteer one evening said she bent to plug in vacuum and smelled crayon wax warming under hot lights, though no crayons were near. Another said from stairwell, he swore he heard soft friction, like wax scraping paper carried faint underground. Parents speak more simply when they tell the story. A boy walked downstairs and never came back up. No one passed him. No door stood open. A child simply went under stained glass light into basement quiet, and silence grew thicker until it has endured into years. The church looks plain as ever, bricks browning, white paint fading from trim. Drive by in sunlight and it seems part of ordinary Americana. But locals glance away quickly. They say mirrors and shadows aren't the only things that can hold someone. Sometimes even the foundation of the most ordinary building can shift when no one looks, folding space with silence and keeping what it takes. And if you find yourself there, pausing halfway down the stairwell late in day, hand on splintering wood rail, you may hear something drift upward through stone. Not voices, just a faint rhythmic waxy tap, the sound of crayon pressed again and again into paper, drawing passages that loop without end. And with it, if the wind outside pauses long enough, a faint chime from the bell above steals down. Its note collides oddly with that scratching, the way two sounds from two different worlds overlap. Dust floats in air so thin you can almost see pathways being drawn in it, a page held invisible just past view. And in that layered hush, bells fading, dust turning in sunlight, it is easy, too easy to believe Matthew is still drawing his way towards some door not built for anyone else, his maze stretching endlessly where no one has ever found the paper. The Vanishing Girl in the Library Basement. The town library stood at the center of Main Street, a red brick structure built in the 1920s with stone lintels carved faintly with ivy patterns. For generations it had been a place of ordinary comfort. Children sprawled in beanbags, students tapping at keyboards, retirees reading papers in silence. Its air was thick with the scent of yellowed pages, linoleum polish, and faint mildew that never quite left the basement stacks. That basement was large, cut below ground in 2 square levels. The upper floor held non-fiction collections, study tables, and encyclopedias long out of date. The lower level was less frequently used, partly archives and partly meeting rooms for community groups. Fluorescent tubes hummed overhead, and the air was cooler, the stone walls seeping faintly. Stairwells connected the levels, a narrow set at the back, and an older wrought iron spiral that spiraled down near the biography section. The basement was open to the public, though staff admitted it unsettled them. A maintenance worker once muttered that echoes sounded sharper down there, as though voices reflected too many times. Others claimed light strips flickered more than upstairs, but it was still just part of the library. People studied there all the same. In late November, 14-year-old Sarah Bennett was staying after school to work on a history project. She was a good student, curious, prone to carrying notebooks filled with careful handwriting. Her mother dropped her off at 3:30 and told her she'd pick her up after dinner. Sarah slipped her earbuds in and climbed into a chair at second-floor windows. She was last clearly seen around 5:10 p.m., carrying 2 reference books down the spiral stair toward the basement archives. Staff assumed she was still working nearer 6. By 6:30, the library readied to close. A circulation clerk checked each floor. Upstairs tables were empty. The clerk walked to the basement and glanced down rows, but didn't think much when she saw 2 of the reference books resting on a study table. She assumed Sarah had stepped to restroom. At final call, though, Sarah never emerged. By 7, the mother's car idled outside. She walked in, expecting her daughter waiting with backpack. The building was empty. Alarm spread quickly. Staff swore they had checked all levels. Deputies arrived, locking doors. Together they swept basement. Sarah's pack rested on a chair, her jacket folded, her notebooks arranged neatly. But Sarah herself was nowhere in rows. Every storage closet opened, every meeting room unlocked. The furnace room was searched, nothing. Security cameras ended at the stairwell top. There was no footage of her leaving. Detectives pressed staff. None recalled hearing her walk back up. No witnesses saw her on sidewalk. She had gone down spiral stairs, books tucked under arm, and she did not come up again. Dogs were brought next morning. They caught her scent quickly at spiral stair, tugged handlers down steps. Their noses led past archive shelves, past meeting room, to a corner wall where filing cabinets were stacked. There they halted, circling, pawing lightly at cinder block. Handlers insisted the animals indicated strongly, but scent went no farther. Behind wall lay only soil packed hard. Maintenance workers swore no passage existed. Deputies knocked, tested masonry, solid. Her mother, speaking days later, said softly, She didn't run away, she didn't wander. She went downstairs with her homework. Searches widened to storm sewers, alleys, nearby lots. Helicopters swept at night. Investigators retrieved no sign, no shoe, no page torn loose, not so much as hair caught on carpet. Strange notes accumulated. One student present that evening swore he heard whispering in basement stacks around 5:30, though he thought it only other teens. He remembered odd draft, air colder by his arms. A staff member mopping earlier claimed she saw light flicker down hall as if someone's flashlight bobbed, though no one stood there. Within weeks, the library reopened with staff shaken. The basement remained accessible, but fewer chose to study there. People said silence felt too heavy, bookshelves looming oddly. Folklore built fast. Children dared each other to descend spiral stair alone. One boy said he counted the steps and found one too many, that he had descended 12 and risen 11. A girl said her phone refused to hold signal underground, but once pinged with a message in drafts folder she had never typed, still here. Staff reported flickers, small knocks echoing near cabinets where the dogs had stopped. One librarian swore she heard the scratch of pencil on paper while shelving, though tables stood empty. Sarah's family kept vigil, returned flowers to stairwell month after month. Their voices thinned with grief, but they never stopped insisting she was last seen descending those stairs, and no proof emerged of her steps coming back up. Today the library still functions. Patrons read, children clatter keys upstairs, but fewer venture to its lower floor. Shelves hold histories no one consults. Its tables sit unused. Even janitors keep mops quick there, never lingering in aisles. Visitors sometimes report the same things. Draft of cold air from nowhere, faint smell of graphite shavings, the uncanny sense of being watched just beyond line of sight. Some claim if you place your ear to the filing cabinets, you hear muffled pages turning, a pencil scratching margin notes. At a distance, the library is nothing, just brick and stone, unremarkable civic design. Inside, sun on windows still comforts. But under those stairs, past that spiral of iron, the air holds a hollow absence that will not lift. Sarah Bennett was 14. She texted friends about her homework that day. She folded her jacket neatly. She promised she'd be ready at pickup. She walked down the spiral stairs carrying books, and she has never walked back up. The spiral waits now in silence, dust collected in grooves, lamps hum but glow weak. And if you linger too close, you may feel breath stir though halls are bare, hear faint pencil scrawls sketching words no one will read, each line pulling deeper into pages left open on a missing girl's unfinished desk. And when the clock hits closing and footsteps thin, the building shifts quieter still. Outside, cars pass, leaves rattle gutters, but beneath, through books sleeping in rows and cinder block tightening, something continues, light scratching of pencil just beyond perception, echo of pages turned by hands you will not see. The library locks at dusk, ordinary again to passing eyes. Inside, the spiral steps remain, leading to a floor that once opened back into daylight and now seems always to lead away. Sliding into the past now, episode 2 begins, quiet and waiting. The shadow in the picnic area. That summer evening was like any other. A group of college students, 4 of them, decided to linger after sundown. They had driven out in one car, bringing beer and a single lantern. The clearing glowed amber, insects circling in lazy spirals while trees framed the light like an audience. The picnic area was the kind that looked cheerful during daylight. Wooden tables faded gray from seasons of rain, fire rings circled by stones, trash cans chained to posts with lids heavy enough to foil bears. Families visited on weekends to roast hot dogs, play frisbee in the clearing, then pack up before night fell. The air was still. Yet they noticed something odd before midnight, the sense of being observed. They tried to laugh it off, though laughter came thinly. The fire had burned low, and the woods around them seemed to lean closer. It began with movement at the edge of the light, a shape darker than the dark leaning between two trunks. At first, someone joked about a raccoon or stray camper, but the humor died quickly. The mass was upright, human in height, but stretched, blurred. No light caught on eyes, no reflection from skin, just a cutout absence. One of them stood, calling out. No reply. The shadow did not advance or retreat. It simply lingered, elongated strangely, like proportions of a body scribbled by a lazy artist. Then, as they blinked, they realized there was more than one. A second figure leaned along the far edge of the lantern's circle, as still as the first. Their stomachs clenched together, a shared instinct, base and undeniable. The silence thickened. Insects that had circled moments ago vanished. The lantern hissed faintly, its sound obscenely loud against the quiet. Then the first shadow stepped closer. Not fast, not lunging, just one glide of movement enough to show it could. No crunch of leaves accompanied it, no disturbance on gravel. Its feet made no sound at all. That was all it took. One of the group bolted upright, kicking bottles, shouting for the others to run. Panic scattered them. In the frenzy, they carried only the lantern and sprinted toward the car. Behind them came no pursuit, no crashing chase through brush, only silence. Except one swore later there was sound, not from behind but ahead. Low breathing stretched across the clearing as though waiting near the lot. The key fumbled in the driver's hands, slipped, fell. In those heart-stopping seconds, the lantern cast its light across the gravel, enough to show one of the shadows standing by the trailhead, turned partially sideways, as though it had always been there watching them bungle, patient as stone. When the engine roared at last and headlights cut through the trees, illumination revealed nothing. No figures, just trunks and darkness stretching eternal. They drove 50 miles before daring to stop. By then, their voices were raw from shouting over one another. They never returned. Weeks later, a ranger heard parts of their story. He did not laugh. He told them in his quiet way that they should trust their instincts. The picnic area, he said, had history. Small things first. Food stolen without prints. Radios left hissing though batteries drained. Then reports of figures glimpsed between trees at dusk. Never loud, never attacking, but never gone. In the folklore that accumulated, the place became known for presences that multiplied. People would swear they saw one figure, then blink and see another, then another. Always the same stretched stick-like outline, always silent, always letting its existence weigh upon you until you broke first. By day, the picnic area remained cheerful again. Children climbed rocks, charcoal smoke curled into blue sky. But in photographs taken late in afternoon, strange blurs crept at the frame's edge. Not shapes, not faces, just deeper shadows, vertical and crooked. Most people ignored them until someone pointed them out. Then no one could unsee them. Among those who believed, one thought repeated. The figures never had anywhere to go. They did not run, they did not vanish swiftly. They remained simply until the humans left instead. Perhaps that was their patience. Perhaps that was their hunger. The picnic table vanishing. The picnic grounds were never considered wilderness. That fact alone made them popular. Families wanted a place where children could run free without risk, where pavement still touched the forest and grills stood black-legged in neat rows under shady trees. It was domestic wilderness, tamed into order, perfect for birthday parties and weekend gatherings. The centerpiece was always the benches themselves, long wooden tables bolted tight to the ground, scarred by decades of initials carved by pocket knives, and the dark circles of soda cans. People often said, half joking and half in comfort, that nothing truly bad could happen there. Wild animals knew to keep to deeper woods. Cars stayed clustered in the small lot. The trees themselves seemed benign, open-limbed, welcoming. On a summer weekend, the buzz of insects and the shouts of children always drowned the possibility of danger. That Sunday late in August, 3 households of the Johnson family arrived just after noon. They came in 3 cars, coolers thumping from trunks, bags of potato chips rattling in little hands. Aunt Donna, punctual as ever, draped an oilcloth across one of the benches. 2 brothers unfolded camp chairs. The cousins spilled out shrieking with joy, chasing one another in zigzag patterns across the grass. The atmosphere was so normal it lulled everyone into familiarity's trance. Food sizzled, cards snapped on the tabletop, and children vanished in and out of the nearby trees as though the day could last forever. Megan, 10 years old, sat on the bench between her cousins, feet swinging, a bright pink shirt flashing whenever she leaned forward. Her mother remembered looking at her perfectly ordinary red cup lifted in hand. She turned for one moment to reach for condiments. When she turned back, Megan was gone. It was confused disbelief first, the kind of uncertainty that expects a prank. Her mother laughed nervously, looked under the table beside the trunk to the edge of the grass. Nothing. The cup she had been drinking from still sat upright, rim still wet. No footsteps dented the soil away from the bench. Then came the shouting. Her name was called over and over until every adult was up and running. Children scattered outward in widening circles. Neighbors in the next picnic shelter joined, combing through brush, checking restrooms, peering into cars that remained still in the lot. Within minutes, confusion bled into panic. By nightfall, rangers had been called. Flashlights moved in sync across the field like slow fireflies. Dogs were brought before midnight. Their handlers recorded what later became a chilling constant. Each hound sniffed at the bench where Megan had last been seen. Each immediately turned tight circles, but could not lead beyond the concrete pad. 2 abruptly sat down and refused to move at all, whimpering at their handlers like the trail itself had lifted into the air. For a week, the search stretched. Helicopters lifted overhead. Search lines tramped every gully and drainage. The creek was dragged, the slopes swept in daylight, and prowled again by lantern at night. Nothing emerged. No prints, no shirt, not even a scrap of fabric. Megan was erased in daylight within a dozen paces of 6 relatives. Her family lingered long after officials muttered condolences and shifted to other work. They slept in cars until exhaustion drained them. Flyers printed with her school portrait stapled to trees grew limp in damp midsummer air. In interviews, her mother repeated the same refrain. Megan had not wandered, she had not run. She had been sitting at the table, surrounded. That account might have calcified as a singular heartbreak if it had stood alone. But the strangest thing about those picnic grounds is that it was not the first time someone had failed to come back, and it would not be the last. In 1995, 4 college students drove up for an evening cookout just at the edge of fall semester. They brought lanterns, a cooler of cheap beer, and laughter that flowed freely into the dusk. Later testimony matched precisely. Caleb Stone, 19, shy and quiet among his louder companions, rose from the bench and said he was going to the restroom. His figure walked easily away into lantern glow, crossed a few short paces toward the building, and then was gone. No one saw him stumble. No one heard a branch snap. He never came back. His jacket remained folded on the bench. His sandals still rested neatly beneath the table. The propane lantern sputtered and smoked, but his place in the circle remained empty forever. Rangers scoured the small distance between bench and restroom, less than 30 yards. Dogs taken there again circled and whined. One handler admitted later, he felt the animal straining upward instead of forward, nose tilting to the air, as though scent had lifted into height. Caleb was never found. His friends repeated for years afterwards that they had been staring directly at the space he crossed. It was a flat span, open, impossible to hide a fall, yet in the blink of lamplight he had vanished. In 2008, the Alvarez family came through on a Sunday much like the Johnsons. Photographs taken that morning show balloons tied to the rail at the edge of the shelter. A birthday cake shone with thick icing. At dusk, their teenage son walked toward the tree line to fetch more branches for the fire pit. His father followed after. Neither returned. His mother described waiting, first patient, then stiff with dread, then shouting until her voice collapsed into sobs. When rangers arrived, food still steamed on tinfoil beside the table. Folding chairs leaned casually against the bench. The bundle of branches the father had retrieved was stacked carefully against the trunk, but the 2 who carried it had disappeared into silence. Stories accumulated like nervous whispers. One elderly man told investigators he had heard a woman laughing just beyond the tree line while sitting alone one afternoon. When he turned, no one stood there. A child told her parents she had seen blue light flashing on the benches, dismissed as imagination until another family months later reported the same. Teenagers began using the site to dare one another. They came back speaking in unease. Some said they heard their names called, in familiar voices while sitting at the table. Others swore they felt weight pressing the bench as though someone unseen had settled beside them. One ranger, speaking off record years later, admitted he had found gouges underneath one table, parallel scratches deep in the wood, bizarrely uniform, as though carved from inside out. His statement was hushed and dismissed, but the rumor spread anyway. Maintenance crews repaired roofs, repainted posts, and replaced beams around the grounds. But somehow those particular benches remained unchanged. Old planks, old bolts, wood gone black with weather. People speculated it was stubborn budget or negligence, but others whispered that no one wanted to take responsibility for moving them. Today, families avoid those tables if alternatives are open. Pets resist approaching them. Those who know the story steer rookies away, yet still the tables stand, drawing the curious and daring. Boys slap them in bravado, laughing too loud, while others quietly walk wide around. What lingers is not noise, but its absence. At dusk, the cicadas dip away, birds drop silent, even the wind seems reduced. Those who pause in that moment often claim to feel not emptiness but attention, as though silence itself is watching. A visitor once swore that when sudden gusts ran through the grove, he could hear voices in the wood grain, names murmured impossible to identify, woven into noise like wind in a hollow. For the families left behind, the legend is unbearable. Megan's mother has returned each birthday for more than 20 years, sitting briefly at the bench, speaking aloud as if to a daughter just out of sight. The Alvarezes moved away, leaving flowers there only twice before ceasing. Caleb's friends mentioned in an interview years later that they still dream of him walking toward the flickering restroom light, shadow stretched behind, and waking at the moment the shadow severs. Official reports remain bureaucratic. Case files state possible abduction or lost in terrain. They flatten detail, tidy away contradictions. Missing persons, misadventure, probable disorientation, all words that feel false against plates still warm on the table, jackets still folded, laughter hanging frozen mid-air. The locals offer another name now, the picnic table vanishings, a phrase shared quietly, rarely written but always recognized. It binds the stories that no one in uniform will admit belong together, and it turns ordinary benches into markers of dread, wooden furniture etched not only by knives but by absence itself. What unsettles most is not simply that people disappeared here, but that it happened where entire families once sat, where eyes were watching, where food was warm and voices constant. And despite all that ordinary familiarity, space opened up anyway, swallowing presence whole without leaving even disturbance and dust. The picnic tables remain, waiting. They look the same as any other, in any other grove, except for the weight of stories that press invisibly into their planks. Parents point to them, warning children away. Teenagers linger with nervous laughter. Adults walking at dusk feel a kind of pressure near those benches and find themselves stepping faster, refusing to pause. No evidence will ever join the case files. No bodies will be found. No explanation will stitch back the sudden holes left in families. All that remains are tables, sitting patiently under trees, ordinary wood wrapped around extraordinary mystery. And for those who know, there is only one warning: eat your food on the blanket, not the bench. If you place yourself at those tables, be ready to feel company arrive around you, unseen, waiting, asking for one more name to carve into absence. The two boys at the abandoned tower. The tower had stood longer than the town itself. It was an old stone cylinder on the edge of the ridge, built generations before for reasons no one quite remembered. Some said it was a watchtower from early surveying days. Others swore it was a fire lookout, though it rose barely higher than the surrounding trees now grown tall around it, making it almost useless for sighting anything miles away. Whoever had abandoned it left no sign other than a warped door half set off its hinges, an iron spiral stair climbing into dark, and square windows punched irregularly around the circumference. Its stones were black with lichen, mortar split, graffiti carved into the lower levels by bored teenagers who had always treated it as local scenery. The tower became the backdrop for stories told in hushed voices, dares to climb it after sundown, tales of echoing laughter inside when no one was there, whispers of things glimpsed from the top landing that were not visible anywhere else. On Labor Day weekend, 2 boys entered the tower and never came out. Their names do not matter for the story, though they mattered enormously to those who loved them. They were cousins, 13 and 14, inseparable since they were small, spending summers together wandering creeks, chasing frogs, daring each other to climb higher or leap farther. That weekend, their extended family had gathered at the parkland just below the ridge. Dozens of relatives filled picnic shelters, grills smoked, soda cans hissed open. The boys, restless, soon tired of adult chatter, they asked permission to wander. Permission came lightly because everyone knew this area by heart. It was only a short climb to the ridge where the tower stood. Several witnesses remembered seeing them crest the slope, figures small against the sky, side by side, both carrying flashlights, though the afternoon was still bright. Later accounts fixed them at the foot of the tower, leaning against stone, scuffling gravel as they pushed at the warped door. They went inside around 4:30 in the afternoon. Other children would later say they heard the cousins laughing from within. One girl even shouted up, asking if they were coming back. She said she remembered hearing footsteps clanging up the iron stair, circling until the sound lifted higher, higher, then stopped abruptly somewhere near the top. She assumed they were hiding, waiting to jump out. But minutes slid by. The minutes mounted into half an hour. Shadows lengthened. The tower door remained ajar, but no voices emerged. By dinner time, relatives realized the boys had not returned. At first, the delay seemed ordinary. They were known to linger when turned loose outdoors. But by 7, with food cooling on plates, unspoken fear dragged older cousins up the slope to fetch them. The tower stood silent. Faint rust-colored graffiti scrawled its base, initials and dates. The stair inside wound upward in a tight coil. Cousins shouted up, beams of handheld flashlights angling between bars of iron. Their voices met only echoes. The tower was empty from base to upper landing. By 8, panic spread. Parents staggered up the slope, scrambling inside themselves, eyes fierce in flashlight glare. Every tread was checked, every window frame tested. They found nothing. No shoes, no candy wrappers, no marks of presence seemed older than what local teenagers had scratched weeks before. The boys were simply gone. Search expanded quickly because the family made phone calls instantly. Rangers arrived, then deputies. Lights lanced through brush. Dogs yapped and strained at leashes. The animals dragged handlers to the very base of the tower, winding up the stairwell. But in each case, they balked halfway up, circled furiously, then retreated, hackles up, tails tucked. Not one animal reached the top platform, though rangers climbed there freely. What unnerved everyone was the stillness. For all their flashlights and radio chatter, the sound inside seemed muted, as if the tower swallowed noise. Rangers noted that their calls did not rebound the way they should have in a hollow cylinder. They went up happy that physics would explain an echo, and came down pale, muttering that there had been hardly any echo at all. All night long the search widened, sweeping outward across the ridge, combing the slope down to riverbank, and back across the shelter sites. By morning, helicopters ghosted above, infrared eyes sweeping every patch of forest. The search lasted 9 days. Not one clue surfaced. The case files record it flatly. 2 boys entered the tower, last seen approximately 4:30 p.m., not seen exiting. Subsequent searches inconclusive. The proximate cause unknown. Families, of course, could not let it end there. Their theories ranged wild. Some assumed a hidden passage in the masonry, a sinkhole swallowed by grass at the tower's base. Others looked upward at the top window with bars long corroded away, and suggested an accidental fall. though no body was ever found on the sloped ground beneath. None of these explanations fit neat. Over time, stranger testimonies surfaced. A teenage girl who lived nearby insisted that on the second night she heard voices carrying faintly on the wind from the ridge. She thought it sounded like laughter, but too slowed down, like a recording played on half speed. Another hiker claimed that a week later, while walking past the base at dusk, he heard the sudden clanging of steps on the iron stair inside. Certain someone had trespassed. He ducked into the threshold. The interior yawned dark. The stair was empty. The sound stopped the moment his beam reached upward. Rumors congealed. They said if you climbed alone at night, you might hear the two boys just ahead of you, footsteps always on the stairs slightly higher. Some claimed that when they reached the upper landing, they saw shadows moving, though the platform lay bare. Down in town, children began a chant. Two went up and never came down. Climb too high and you won't be found. The tower was locked eventually. Crews chained a half-rotted door and barred the windows. But anyone who has lived near knows that locks hold little sway. Teenagers scale the outer wall even now, boosting one another through windows, bragging about cigarettes smoked on the top landing, or the initials carved in railing. The stories linger heavier on their tongues the older they get, though. People who go up laughing often descend pale, shaken by something they can't name. And again, reports of footsteps ahead, laughter out of sync, names whispered by no one present. The families of the boys hold on to their own explanations. Some insist the tower was a place children should never have gone. Others cling to hope of abduction only because the alternative seems worse. But locals rarely talk about kidnappers. They talk about the tower like it houses a crack in the world, sealed only loosely with mortar and stone. Decades have passed now. Every few years the stories surface in newspapers again. Hikers saying they saw two figures up on the landing, only for the space to vanish empty once they climbed to check. Cameras left at the summit develop with strange streaks, two blurs side by side against sky. Most people call it chance light, developer error. Others trail off. At the base, the concrete pad remains worn smooth. Visitors often find small junk left there, like offerings, soda cans, knotted strings, bits of chalk. No one admits leaving them, but often they vanish within days, though no one cleans the site officially. Traces erode, names etched by teenagers fade, yet the story clings tighter than dust. The tower still waits on its ridge, visible from the town when the leaves thin each fall. On quiet days you can track its shape across miles, that narrow black column against sky. It looks harmless, ordinary, but step inside and each moment echoes peculiarly shallow. Stand too long on that stair, and you might swear someone ascends just ahead of you. And if you climb to the top at the wrong hour, well, the tale says you may come back down to find yourself missing something, though no one can explain what. The families have long since moved away. Some do not speak of it at all. But if you linger in this county, ask any local child about the two boys, and they will recite the story without hesitation. They went into the tower one bright afternoon. They climbed too high. They were never seen again. And if you are brave or foolish enough to climb there still, beware of listening too closely to the footsteps ahead of you, because you may find yourself following something that is not and never was there. The trail of lights in the pines. The forest outside the campground was ordinary by daylight. Wide trunks opened into clearings where sunlight slipped easily down to the needles, and trails flattened into tidy loops, no more threatening than a walk through town. Families were told this was the safe side of the park, the place meant for evening strolls after dinner, broad enough for a stroller, bland enough that it rarely drew headlines or stories. But sometimes places wear different shapes when the light changes. The Richards family had camped there in July, setting up their folding tent near the main loop of paved paths. Their spot was convenient, close to the restrooms, not far from the ranger station. The parents relished the security, especially with their youngest daughter Ellie, who had just turned 12. She was at that awkward edge between child and teenager, curious but still willing to wander in the company of her parents. That Saturday night, the family finished supper on the picnic table, hot dogs and marshmallows capping the kind of ordinary evening they were there to enjoy. It was warm, cicadas screaming so loudly in the branches that conversation had to rise above it. The parents described the moment in later interviews in the most ordinary possible way: uneventful, calm, unnoisy except for insects. By 9, with dishes stacked and flashlights laid out, the younger children settled into sleeping bags. Ellie was wide awake. She asked if she could walk a little down the loop trail. It was something she had done in other parks with no trouble. Her parents hesitated but agreed, since the trail began right at the corner of their site. They told her to stay on the path, no more than 20 minutes. She promised, zipped her hoodie, tucked a spray bottle of bug repellent into her pocket, and clicked on the small flashlight she carried everywhere. That was the last time anyone saw her. The first strangeness was reported by another camper, a man smoking at the far end of the loop. He told rangers that just after 9:30 he had seen what looked like a lantern swinging between the rows of pines, 4 or 5 quick little lights moving together, like someone walking and the beam bouncing. He assumed it was a group of children with new flashlights, though he added that the glow seemed too white to be ordinary bulbs, like bluish shimmer. The lights curved steadily forward and then stopped all at once. He said the woods seemed suddenly darker after they went out, silent enough that he thought the cicadas had paused mid-drone. By 10 o'clock, Ellie still had not returned. Her parents began the calls. They walked down the trail with their own flashlights, voices echoing far in the night. Other campers joined, calling her name into the pines. The path wound easily, gravel underfoot, so broad a car might have eased down with tires crunching. There were no forks, no challenges, and yet the girl was gone. The official search began within an hour. Radios crackled, beams carved through wood. By dawn, dogs strained on leads. They tracked her scent down the gravel only a few hundred yards and then froze, circling, noses high. One handler stated in a report that the dogs acted as if interrupted by another strong odor, electrical almost, something that burned their nostrils and confused the trail. Their bodies shuddered, tails dropped, and they refused to advance beyond that single point marked by a bend and 3 tall pines. The ground at that bend showed nothing. No footprints beyond her ordinary sneakers. No fabric on bark. Just needles, gravel, still air. New witnesses swore to seeing lights. A couple in an RV described waking briefly around midnight and spotting a pale glow weaving among the pines like 5 lanterns in procession. They rubbed their eyes, half amused, chalked it to a late-night scout troop. When they rose at dawn and learned of Ellie's absence, they insisted on telling rangers what they had seen. Their description matched the widower's. The lights swayed like they were borne by walking figures, but none showed shape or body. For days the search continued. Helicopters swept with infrared, measuring ground warmth, noting deer clusters moving across undergrowth. Volunteers lined shoulder to shoulder through pines, each calling her name. They found nothing. No shoe shed in panic. No spray bottle of repellent left behind. No flashlight, not even the battery in mud. Stories began filtering quietly through both campers and residents. People remembered that occasionally, when the wind cut oddly down the slope, faint flickers appeared in the grove. Stray lightning bugs, some said, though these shone too steadily. Others remembered their grandparents talking of phantom torches, seen in the pines long before the campground was built. Reporters visiting briefly quoted one older resident, who muttered that men used to go hunting down there, and returned speaking of lantern lines, though most who saw them knew not to follow. After the official operation ceased, the family remained another week in their camper, hoping Ellie might wander back in ragged but alive. Every evening her mother swore she felt on the cusp of hearing footsteps outside. Every time she opened the flap, only trees faced her in perfect stillness. They went home hollowed by absence. The park stayed open. Weeks turned to months, but others began experiencing smaller incidents. One boy told his parents he had seen a line of bluish lights flutter between trunks. Dog walkers reported their animals pausing, staring rigid, as though watching moving figures that their eyes could not see. A teenager dared her friend to follow such a light. She admitted later she walked 30 steps into trees before suddenly feeling like she was underwater, and turned back dizzy, sure she would faint. Nothing official links these claims. The Park Service issues warnings about being prepared with maps and staying on marked routes after dark. Ellie's file lingers classified as disappearance in forest, cause unknown. But the locals call it the Trail of Lights now, lowering their voices when they say it. The path still lies neat, broad as always, gravel crunching comfortably underfoot. By day there is nothing menacing. Families use it with ease, children weaving on bicycles. At twilight though, the cicadas fade too suddenly, shadows fill too fast, and some hikers swear the path bends farther than it seems to bend by day. Most turn around before the point where the 3 tall pines mark the spot dogs once froze. They don't admit why to anyone. Those who claim to have seen the lights hesitate before recounting detail. Some say it looks like a parade line, each bluish orb moving with uncanny rhythm. Others say the light seems almost to wait for you, pausing when you pause, resuming when you follow, almost like it's aware. The braver ones mutter you can hear faint footfalls barely off the gravel path, softer than your own, as if invisible figures walk alongside after dusk. By the time you register the sound, the lights fade. The trail still welcomes campers each year, and each year there are those who sense a strange pull to keep walking farther after dusk, to see where the glow leads. It remains a temptation, small and treacherous, in an otherwise ordinary place. The park staff say it plainly: stay on site at night, don't wander with flashlights for fun. But stories say the lights don't need you to wander far. Sometimes they come right up to the edge of the campground, drifting just where children think they see a glowing prize between the trees. And the warning most often whispered is that if you follow them too long, they stop moving as lights and begin moving as shadows. Shadows you never quite catch, shadows that wait until the cicada is still, and the dark grows thicker before vanishing all at once and leaving you in silence, alone. And for one family that never left with their daughter, the silence is louder than anything else. The cabin door that never opened again. For decades, teenagers turned it into a destination of dares. Go touch the cabin door at night, they whispered. Knock 3 times and run. Some tried harder, pulling at the latch, thrusting shoulders into the planks. No one ever got it open. The old word in town was that the last ranger who tried had found the handle so corroded it sheared in his grip. He walked back with flakes of iron in his palm. When he returned days later with tools, the door looked intact again, whole, the handle never broken. Most people said he had made up the part about chunks falling away, but he swore to it until he retired. The cabin sat at the end of a trail barely anyone used, an old utility road left behind from logging days. Rangers said it wasn't on the official map anymore. The locals knew if you walked 3 miles from the northern loop and cut down toward the dry creek bed, you would come upon it. The word cabin suggested something quaint, a place with shutters and a porch swing perhaps. But the structure waiting in the trees was square, squat, and mute. It had been built of hewn logs, weathered nearly black now. No glass in its windows, no smoke in its chimney. The front faced an overgrown clearing, one door at its center that stood closed in every photograph people took. The hinges were iron, the latch corroded, and time had fused them tight. The case that put the cabin into ranger files happened with a couple in their 20s, who had taken an impromptu overnight trip. Their names are known to their families, recorded in the missing persons database, but for the sake of story it is only necessary to call them what the locals call them, the 2 from Denver. They had camped not far from the northern loop, eager for privacy. Toward late afternoon, they set out wandering where their map thinned into dotted lines. They reached the dry drainage, cut through brush, and surprised themselves by stumbling into the clearing where the cabin squatted silent. One hiker later told her sister on the phone before her own disappearance that evening that she felt a weird kind of recognition, as if she had dreamed the cabin already. They circled it, noting graffiti scratched into logs, initials corroded to near invisibility. The man tried the handle, found it fused solid, and joked about spending the night inside if they could break it open. They did not manage it. Instead, both perched on the stoop to eat granola bars. That was where the last witnesses saw them. A father and daughter walking back along the trail, noting 2 young campers resting on the steps of the creepy locked cabin. The main story, though, was not about what kept the cabin always locked from the outside. It was about the hikers who watched it from within the clearing and noticed, more than once, a different perspective. Because if no one could open the door, how was it some claimed they saw faces framed in the window slats? After that, stories came more frequently. A trail runner swore that each time he passed the clearing at dawn, he heard 3 distinct knocks on wood, as if from the inside. A group of teenagers insisted that when they pressed ears against the joint of the door, they heard shallow breathing. Hunters said they saw condensation fog the dusty pane in cold weather, and more than once, campers described hiking back to their tents only to find muddy footprints circling their site, smaller and more numerous than any in their group. By dusk, when rain slid in fast and heavy, the 2 from Denver hadn't returned to camp. Rangers assumed they were sheltering somewhere off trail. A search began the next day and ran 3 days longer. Their tent stood zipped, belongings folded, but neither of them were found. What made the case linger was the detail from the father and daughter. The girl insisted that when she looked across the clearing, just before they left, she saw not 2 figures sitting outside, but movement inside a shadowed window. A man, tall, pale behind the slats, watching. She blinked, looked again, saw only empty dark. Files call this a misperception, child's imagination. Locals do not. What to make of it is left to the listener. Some say the door locks to keep something inside. Others mutter that it's meant to keep others in once they step through, though no one has proved they ever did. The 2 from Denver never returned home. Their families placed plaques in their churches, raised funds, begged for better searches. The clearing offered nothing back. The cabin door, though, never yielded. Men brought crowbars, tools. Some said they splintered planks only to return next week and find the facade intact. Photographs showed cracks, but later pictures showed nothing. Eventually, rangers marked the road off access and did not maintain it. You can still walk there easily enough if you know where to cut down. And the structure still waits in its clearing. Wood gone dull with moss, iron latch streaked orange, closed in every season. And so the cabin goes on silently, the door never opening, no matter the force pressed against it. A square of shadow and forest that invites curiosity and punishes persistence. Those who walk nearby at dusk whisper they sometimes hear a sound just beyond ear's reach, a hand on a handle, rattling from the inside. You never see the door give way. You never see someone step out. You only hear that shake, that brief insistence before silence folds in again. And you leave with the strange certainty that someone is still waiting for you to open it, though no one ever has. The tunnel that swallowed 2 boys. The drainage tunnel lay just beyond the schoolyard, a remnant of county infrastructure built decades before the town grew around it. Children knew it as the Echo Tunnel, wide enough to walk inside upright, lined in damp concrete, graffiti scrawled along its mouth. It carried storm runoff under the road and into the creek, a tube of cool air on hot afternoons. Parents told kids to stay away, but warnings never mattered when curiosity lived so close. 2 boys lived 3 doors from each other, Anthony, 12, and Jared, 11. They were inseparable each summer, pedaling bikes side by side, pockets loaded with gum and matches, inventing dares. For weeks they had circled the Echo Tunnel. They rolled rocks inside, listening for clatters fade in the distance. They told each other stories of things hidden deeper down. Raccoons, snakes, the ghost of an old worker who bricked it closed. On July afternoon, heat shimmering over the asphalt, they decided to go in. A neighbor last saw them steering bikes across the weedy curb, laying them flat at the tunnel mouth. The bikes stayed there long after. The tunnel was not endless. Engineers said it ran less than half a mile, perfectly straight under the roadbed, outletting at the mirrored creek downslope. Enter one end, you should walk out the other in 20 minutes at most. Searchers knew this, and yet when evening came and the boys had not returned for supper, the absence felt impossible. It was not a forest swallowing them, not a mountain wilderness. It was a culvert kids had crawled through for decades. Ease made the loss sharper. Their parents rushed to the mouth. Flashlights swept along tags in the concrete. The beam traveled into damp dark where cold air exhaled steadily outward, smelling of wet stone. They shouted names into it, voices rebounding again and again, until thinning into static whispers. There was no sound of children. Police widened the search. Crews entered both ends armed with high-lumen lights. They walked the entire length back and forth 3 times. The tunnel lay empty. Damp cardboard and old beer cans. Yes, but no sign of Anthony or Jared. Dogs would not approach more than 20 yards before whining and clawing backward. One handler forced his hound inside, only to see the animal shake violently, pulling from collar until it staggered back outside and cowered at his feet. Reporters came quickly because of the setting. 2 boys gone not in wilderness but in town, within shouting distance of home. Photographers captured images of their bikes still lying on the grass, kickstands not used, as if dropped only minutes before. Mothers clutched each other, faces streaked. For 3 days, the storm drains were combed. Crews walked, crawled, used cameras on poles. The only sounds were drips echoing. The only marks were initials spray-painted years before. No fabric, shoe, or flashlight fragment surfaced. The creek outlet remained bare. Afterward, the tunnel itself became avoided ground. Graffiti still scrawls over its lip, but older children warn younger ones away. They talk of laughs still echoing faintly at dusk, distorted, metallic, rising from within, though the passage stands empty. Some say if you throw a rock now, you will not hear it bounce, only silence, as though the tunnel grows longer while you stare. One teenager claimed he walked halfway through at night as dare. He insisted he saw shadows flicker against the far end, 2 figures standing side by side. He blinked, spoke their names, but when his beam lifted, the tunnel showed only wet concrete curving to darkness. Another girl swore that when she leaned into the mouth, she smelled chewing gum and smoke, fresh as though boys had just been there seconds before. Parents add their own lore. They mutter about currents underground, side turns in county maps forgotten, old shaft mouths collapsed but not sealed. Perhaps there was a hidden cavity. Perhaps something pulled them downward. But others shake their heads. Half a mile of pipe, they say. No branches, no turns, no reason. The official file remains flat, clinically labeling them missing juveniles. Suspected runaway, though no trail ever suggested it. But for the neighborhood, the memory does not fade. Every new generation of children inherits the story with the block itself. 2 boys went into the echo tunnel and never came out. And even now, if you walk there at dusk, when the air cools and shadows lengthen, you can still hear small stones skittering faintly across damp concrete inside, where no one walks, as if footsteps are retracing themselves over and over, never returning to daylight. The disappearance in the fire lookout. The tower stood on the highest point in the county, a square-framed fire lookout built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the night. Decades of storms had scoured the steps silver, each tread warped under weather, each nail rusted red against pine and metal. The cabin at the top still had its glass, 4 walls of window, roof pitched against snow, radio line long cut. Rangers kept the door locked with a heavy steel latch, and official use of the tower had ended years ago, once satellite imaging and drones made human survey obsolete. But the lookout remained visible from the valley, a crooked sentinel over the trees. People still climbed it, of course. Teenagers, hikers, anyone chasing photographs at sunset. The risk was obvious. The bolts had loosened, railings gapped away from structure, signs warned of injury. Yet the tower called, the way all high places do. On October weekend, 3 college students drove up from town. They parked at the trailhead with water bottles and cameras, planning to make the climb and stay up long enough to watch the horizon slip into purple. They were all 19, restless, halfway tethered to textbooks, drawn by boredom. Their names are still remembered in files, but here they can be called only by how they appear in local retellings. The 2 that came down and the 1 that did not. The hike up the ridge took less than an hour. They logged photos along the way, selfies between maples turned orange, boots on boards, the wide sweep of valley. At the base of the tower, another hiker snapped their picture at their request. All 3 grinned at the camera, leaning against the legs of the tower. No one else was seen heading up after. They climbed in good spirits. The stairs groaned, wind rattled cables, but by all accounts the ascent was ordinary. They reached the top, entered the glass room, tried the locked radio cabinet, gazed across. Witnesses at the trailhead below remembered hearing faint laughter drifting on the breeze. And then something happened that two recalled dimly, and one did not live to confirm. The friends would report later that as evening deepened they began hearing a distortion, as one called it. Faint at first and then more like a radio left on with no station tuned. Static drifted across the glass room. They assumed the old wires above were catching wind. One took out his phone to record, laughing at the weirdness, but the microphone captured only silence. The sound seemed to live outside electronics only in the ears. The missing boy, slender, wearing a gray hoodie, remarked he felt like someone was tapping on the floor. His friends laughed again. He stood up, walked toward the door. They saw him pull at the latch, step onto the small balcony. They followed seconds later, but when they turned, he was gone. The balcony was square and fenced 3 feet tall. He should have been there leaning against it. Instead, there was only air and an empty rail. The two shouted, ran from corner to corner, staring down across treetops. There was no body, no thud. The ground 30 feet below showed nothing but pine needles shifting in wind. They screamed his name until their voices broke. Rangers summoned that night climbed it once. They too searched the balcony and found no sign of fall. Dogs circled the base, noses upturned, whining without fix. Helicopters swung beams across every ravine into early morning. The forest returned nothing. The glass room still stands. Local visitors say the lock remains sturdy, though sometimes the door is ajar without sign of break. Some hike only to leave offerings at the base. Bracelets, folded paper, flowers bleached by rain. Teenagers call it the place where the tower ate someone. Rangers refute that word completely, but they cannot supply another explanation. Stranger testimonies came after. Hikers reported faint static brushing their ears like whispers on shore. When? Some swore they saw a gray sleeve vanish as if someone ducked around a corner on the balcony, though inspection showed it empty. Others claimed to hear footsteps higher than the glass room itself, 2 or 3 taps above the roofline where no steps exist. The official file lists accidental fall, though no one ever witnessed a plummet. No remains have been recovered, no trace of torn fabric hung on jutting beams, no indentation of impact. The 2 friends who survived still will not climb another tower. They say simply he walked out, and then he wasn't there. From the valley, the lookout still looks skeletal and tame, a silhouette stiff-lined against the horizon. It is easy to believe nothing is at stake. But climb that stairway when autumn wind stirs cables. Pause before the locked glass cabin. Listen carefully. Static will thread your ears, faint, refusing to record a sound that belongs nowhere. And if you step onto the balcony at dusk, some swear you can feel heat against the rail, like the touch of a palm just taken away. The miner who followed whispers. The mine had been sealed for nearly a century. It was one of the many shafts that lined the valley, scars left over from the coal days when men in helmets trudged in before dawn and crawled home at dusk, their faces blackened, their lungs filling with dust long before their time. Trade, most shafts were filled, some boarded hastily, others collapsed by weather, but here and there you could still find one. Concrete caps anchored with rebar, chain-link fences sagging, warning signs faded. Children told stories about them because forbidden places always pulled hardest at the young. Jonathan Jack Muir grew up hearing those stories. His grandfather had worked those tunnels and lived long enough to tell ghosted versions of the days underground. Jack was 39, lean and restless, divorced, and trying to anchor himself again in the same valley where he'd grown up. He was no stranger to wandering old paths. Whether out of nostalgia or avoidance, he walked more than he worked. On the spring afternoon he vanished. He had stopped at the edge of one of those scarred places. Shaft 12B, long collapsed. Hikers later saw his truck parked not far from the rutted access lane. He was known to pace the area, to take photos of relics, but what the hikers reported later was stranger. They walked on the lower trail around noon and swore they heard a man talking loudly above. At first they thought he was on a phone, and then realized he seemed to be answering something, responding in calm tones to a voice they could not hear. One woman admitted she paused in puzzlement. The cadence was wrong for a phone call. He spoke like someone being coaxed along. He laughed once, short, unsure. Then he walked into the trees. That was the last time anyone outside his family saw him. When evening fell and he never returned home, his brother drove out. The truck sat unlocked, keys in ignition, jacket on the seat. The grass pressed down showed clear boot tracks leading 100 yards toward the old fence shaft. At the chain link, it appeared he had stepped through a gap rusted wide. Beyond that point, the impression was clear. He had walked to the mouth itself. The mine had been collapsed decades ago with rock and concrete, but the peculiar note in the ranger file describes how the blocking wall had shifted. There was a gap like a crude doorway. His boots led to it. They did not lead back. Search crews swarmed the place over the next 2 days. They brought spotlights, crawled to peer inside, lowered cameras on extended rods. Inside there was nothing but rubble and water seeping. Cavers confirmed the shaft behind had caved completely a long time ago. No one could have gone far, and yet Jack did not come out. Dogs brought to track him worked easily to the gap itself. Then they stopped, uncontrolled, barking and howling, as if at an intruder. When handlers pressed them forward, they yelped and loped back, dragging tails, refusing to reapproach. Theories abounded. Maybe he had fallen into a pocket and been buried by collapse, though no rumble had been heard and no fresh debris found. Maybe he had wandered farther and searchers simply missed him, but the last prints led straight to the opening. Quietly, those hikers repeated their memory of his voice. They said he seemed to be answering whispers. One claimed the phrase she heard him repeat was, "Yeah, I hear you. Okay, I'll go." Months later, other hikers admitted their own odd experiences at the site. A father walking near dusk claimed his daughter stopped and said she heard men under the ground talking like in a tunnel. His own ears picked up nothing, but she tugged his hand until they turned back. 2 teenagers bragged about sneaking through the gap, then told friends in shaken tones that inside, they could hear voices breathing questions they couldn't quite catch. The mine has been resealed, concrete poured thick over the old mouth. Yet flowers appear against the chain-link fence each year on the anniversary of Jack's disappearance. Some swear when wind rushes through the valley, you can hear men talking low, the cadence of conversation without words, slipping under the rush. Jack walked toward the whispers one ordinary spring afternoon. His boots went in. They never came back out. The rest is silence and stone. The missing family in the clearing. The clearing was not marked on most maps, but hikers knew it. Walk a little beyond the second fork of the old service road, and the pines opened into a meadow roughly circular, hemmed in by trees leaning inward, like cautious witnesses. Grass grew knee-high each summer, thistles sprouted, and in the dead center sat the remains of a charred foundation, black stones outlining what might once have been a homestead. Nothing functioned there anymore. No roof beams, no hearth. But the stones lingered in a vague square that drew eyes and gave the place its name. To rangers, it was simply the clearing. To locals, it was always the ruined meadow. The Hanley family had camped in the state park over Memorial Day. They were familiar faces, a young couple in their 30s with 2 daughters, age 8 and 10. They had a reputation for being careful, the type to laminate maps and pre-check weather reports. Friends recalled their bright orange tent, their tendency to eat early before hiking. That Saturday after lunch, they mentioned to other campers that they planned to walk a short distance to see the meadow with the old ruins. They never came back. Dogs led search crews quickly up the old service road toward the meadow. Their tracks confirmed what neighbors later said they suspected. 4 sets of footprints visible in patches of silt, 2 larger, 2 small, all distinct. They led clearly into the clearing. The prints fanned around the charred black stone of the ruins' foundation, and there they ended. When dusk dropped and the tent light stayed dark, neighbors grew uneasy. Rangers were alerted. and by 9 o'clock a search had begun. The family's tent stood zipped, coolers still packed with drinks, lanterns still sealed. Their trail shoes were gone, but all other belongings, including car keys, remained. Campers soon whispered about odd details. One group claimed they had walked past the clearing the very night the Hamleys disappeared, and glimpsed what they called lantern glow inside the trees. Believing another family was camped there, they paid it no attention until they later learned the ruin was far from any official site. Another group admitted they heard children's laughter downwind, drifting across the meadow. When they called out, no one answered, and when they pressed into the grass, the sound snapped off clean. Rangers reported scouring grass and brush for broken stalks. None were found. No prints left. No marks emerging the other side. It was as if the family converged inside the ruined square and never took another step. For days, helicopters scanned the canopy. Search parties gommed ravines. Divers swept the river. Nothing emerged. It bewildered authorities who knew that wilderness vanishings usually leave scatter clothing, shredded pack, some hint. This left none. Afterward, local lore wrapped around the ruins stronger than before. Old men recalled that settlers had abandoned the homestead there sudden-like, though reasons never stayed clear. Some said the ground burned too hot for crops. Others swore of a sickness. Nearby generations advised their children not to enter the circle of stone. They murmured that animals cut across if startled, but never grazed inside. Hikers who stopped there sometimes describe a sensation of pressure, like a faint vibration rising from the ground. Others confess to hearing faint footfalls on both sides of them, though no one appears. Photographs show oddities, the meadow seeming brighter at its margins, darker at its center, as if exposures had reversed. The search ended without trace. What deepened unease was the scale. 4 people gone at once, a whole family, with no evidence of struggle or scatter. No trace of the Hanley family ever surfaced. Their relatives erected a plaque near the ranger station. Each year flowers appear in the clearing, though no one admits leaving them, and animals seem to leave those flowers untouched until they wither. And if the air seems still, but you keep hearing faint laughter touch the back of your neck, you are well advised to keep walking, because whatever gathered the Hamleys left no mark but absence, and it has never opened its hand since. Today the ruined square still rests at the center of the grass, shaded with thistle and moss. The prints remain in file photos, 4 sets leading in, none leading out. Some hikers claim if you linger there too long, the meadow grows too quiet, and all at once you realize you are standing where voices once stopped mid-sentence. It feels less like emptiness than like being noticed in turn. The vanishing on the stone steps. The hillside trail was not especially hard. It wound up from the picnic area toward a scenic overlook, a route most families could walk in sandals. The only difficult part was the final stretch, 27 stone steps cut long ago into the shale, climbing sharply to the rim. Time had worn them uneven but still serviceable. The place became famous in guidebooks for its view, an open face of valley rolling out green, town lights twinkling at dusk. The steps had always been rumored, though, to leave people uneasy. Some claimed they seemed longer when you climbed them than when you descended, as if an unseen delay lengthened the ascent by a breath or two. Others insisted the sounds of conversation faltered there, words refusing to carry clean, voices dulled against the wall. For most, those were idle comments, half-jokes swapped while panting up to the overlook. Nobody suspected anything darker until someone disappeared on them. It was June, years back, the start of warm season. 2 close friends in their 20s hiked late that day. Jessica, who loved photography, and her friend Claire, who admitted she came mostly for company. They stopped often to rest, took pictures of moss and railings, laughed over the chatter of children on the lower paths. As sun dipped orange, they reached the steps. Claire remembered the light was strange, shadows falling flat. She walked behind Jessica, climbing deliberately, listening to her breaths. The steps narrowed near the top. Claire glanced down for only an instant to fix her footing. When she lifted her head, Jessica was gone. Not vanished over the rim, just not there. The landing showed clear. The rail was empty. Only air faced her, quiet, but for birds jittering deeper in the canopy. At first she thought Jessica had run forward onto the overlook as a joke. She reached the last step, heart hammering. The overlook lay bare in open evening. There was nowhere to hide, grass waist high, rim clear, sky wide. Jessica was not in sight. Her pack still lay 6 steps below where she had shrugged it off to use her camera. Panicked, Claire shouted until other hikers climbed fast. Though several joined her, no one had seen someone crest the steps ahead. They combed the slope both directions by flashlight. Jessica was never found. Rangers took the case seriously because Claire's account was immediate and consistent. Dogs tracked her up the path to the steps, then circled, confused, scents dissipating as though dispersed by wind. The search extended 3 days, with helicopters sweeping ridges. The valley yielded nothing. In town interviews, Claire insisted she had been within 6 feet. She swore Jessica walked up step 21, leaned slightly as though to gain momentum, and then she disappeared. She said Jessica did not fall. She didn't cry out. It wasn't long enough even to trip. She was in front of me and then there was nothing. Locals treated her testimony with caution, but slowly it infused the place with heavier lore. People admitted they had always felt unsettled climbing those steps. Some said you could feel yourself counted, watched, measured as you rose, as if the stones themselves held tally. Others muttered, you should never be the second to last in a pair, for the one in front sometimes would not reach the top. Gradually, other hikers claimed uncanny incidents. A father insisted he ascended with his son one morning, and heard an extra pair of footsteps behind them all the way, though no one else was visible. A woman out jogging swore that halfway up the steps her watch stopped ticking. Another pair of campers described hearing names whispered in cadence with their steps. Every footfall echoed with a syllable, until they stumbled out onto the overlook pale. The park eventually replaced the railings, sanding the steps into smoother slope, but nothing changed in people's stories. Sunset visitors often linger near the bottom, watching others climb before daring themselves. Some admit they count each step carefully, dread boiling when numbers feel off. The overlook still boasts its view, but the stone stair beneath has a quieter reputation now, whispered as the place where a hiker simply disappeared between one step and the next. Locals will tell you that if you climb as dusk falls and breath catches in your throat, you may feel someone gone just ahead of you, and that it is best not to linger on that 21st step. The lost sisters on the mountain path. The sisters were only 2 years apart, close enough that their friends said they sometimes seemed like twins. Abigail was 13, Clara 11, both wiry, long-haired, with the kind of bond that kept them inseparable even when parents tried to give them separate chores. That summer they had gone with extended family to the mountains in western Carolina, staying in a rental cabin near one of the most popular trailheads. It was the sort of place brochures promised safety, trail markers every mile, clear signage, paths tramped so often the dirt seemed paved. Families filled the path every weekend, strollers bumped over roots, dogs strained at leashes. No one worried about danger there. The girls set out with parents and cousins mid-morning. The group planned nothing strenuous, only a 2-mile loop to a scenic overlook and back. They carried water bottles, peanut butter crackers, cell phones with enough battery to take dozens of photos. The walk-up was loud and cheerful, younger cousins racing ahead, adults herding them back. The sisters kept stride together, whispering side jokes, stopping often to photograph mushrooms or flowers. On the return, the sun grew hot, shade scattered thin. Families around them thinned as groups split at forks, some taking longer routes. Abigail and Clara lingered near the middle. Witnesses later remembered them walking side by side as the path sloped shallowly downhill. A father with a toddler recalled seeing them pause at a signpost, pointing into the woods as though arguing whether a side spur was worth exploring. He passed within minutes and glanced back. He saw only empty trail. By the time the family regrouped near the trailhead, Abigail and Clara had not reappeared. At first there was annoyance. Perhaps they tarried with cousins on another branch. But as minutes stacked and parents called, voices rising, dread sank in. By mid-afternoon, rangers were mobilized. Searchers tracked easily the prints heading downhill. 2 sets of small sneakers pressed into soft dirt. They led toward a shallow curve where foliage thickened, and then the prints simply ended. Rangers bent over earth to confirm. No displacement, no further stride. It seemed that after 15 clear paces, both had lifted away. Dogs growled at the spot, tried to circle, then pulled back tails low. Handlers urged them forward, but reported refusal to advance. Helicopters came by dusk, sweeping ridges. 2 straight weeks of searching covered ravines, cliffs, streams. The family pleaded in interviews, but Abigail and Clara never appeared. The story deepened when more hikers began to share odd fragments. One said that for months before, several people had reported hearing 2 voices singing faintly along that same downhill stretch, like children chanting off in the woods. A woman swore that the noon she hiked through, she heard ahead what she thought were other hikers, but the words never resolved into English, only repetitive syllables timed with her own footsteps. Over the years, the trail grew its own rumors. Some call that section the Sisters Curve. Campers warn children not to lag behind there. Teenagers dare each other to whistle and wait for an answering whistle. Some swear they do hear one, faint and girlish, just beyond the tree line. Others say if you walk hand in hand with another person and pass the marker where the prints ended, you will feel one of the hands pulled sharply as though by someone else. The official files remain couched in terms of 2 juvenile females, last seen on marked path, presumed lost. But locals shake their heads. 2 girls do not scatter into thin air yards from their family in midday. Paths do not erase footprints in one stride. The trail remains scenic, families still walk it, pictures of the overlook flood summer feeds. But when groups with children pass back down the slope, parents often step closer, linking arms more tightly, their voices subdued as they pass the curve. The forest whispers loudest in that hush. It feels like the trees themselves remind you that 2 sisters walked here, their laughter still just out of sight, still waiting to echo when the cicadas dip and silence grows wide. The Traveler by the Iron Gate. The gate made no sense to anyone who came upon it. It stood alone in the middle of a disused bridle road. 2 thick iron posts driven deep into earth, a lattice of curled bars held together by rust. There was no fence to its sides, nothing to guard, only the gate itself, a doorway without walls. You could step easily around it if you chose, but nearly everyone who stumbled upon it later admitted that they felt a tug to go through, as if its shape demanded passage. Locals had always called it the Iron Gate, though no map identified it. Old men muttered that it must have been built as part of some fencing project a century back, though the rest of the fence had never stood. One woman who grew up nearby swore her grandfather called it a door for cattle that never grazed there. Over time, it became a story told in lowered voices, the kind of landmark children dared each other to touch at dusk. In 2009, Richard Hale stopped there. He was 38, recently laid off from factory work, carrying the weight of too much time and an eagerness to walk until he could see straight again. His pack was patched canvas, a harmonica tied to the strap because he liked to play when resting. His sister remembered his last phone call at noon. He had been laughing about how the trail was so empty he could hear himself think, saying, "Feels like the road belongs to me today." By evening, he was gone. Another hiker crossed paths with him late that afternoon, only a short climb before the bridle road. She remembered his stick, his easy wave, how he mentioned he wanted to see that old gate thing up the ridge. She thought nothing of it. Hours later, his truck was still waiting at the trailhead, keys inside, phone folded on the seat. The prints told the story most sharply. Rangers followed them from the road, each imprint clear in soft soil, worn boots with a chipped heel pressing steady toward the gate. They did not deviate. They reached the dead center between the posts and ended. One ranger, interviewed years later, still shook his head. "We had 4 different guys measure, cast, photograph. The trail of boots is right there, stride by stride, and then it stops. Earth was soft enough, damp enough, you could see detail, and then nothing. You get a dog sniffing and it sits down whining. We brought a handler in from Asheville. Same reaction. Those dogs wanted nothing to do with crossing under those bars. For 10 days, the forest hummed with the search. Helicopters circled. Lines of volunteers combed ravines. They found no scrap, no fabric, no trail splitting away. The gate stood silent in the clearing, casting shadows too sharp at dusk. The print's end stopped at its center. Afterwards, stories grew. Campers said walking under the gate felt like stepping through a change in air, ears popping lightly as though altitude shifted. Some insisted their watches lost minutes. A wife watching her husband cross swore his body flickered as though heat warped when framed between the bars, though he laughed and told her she was seeing things. More unsettling were the nighttime tales. Couples bivouacked nearby, described hearing footsteps on gravel when no one was there. A solo hiker told in low tones that he raised his camera to shoot the iron scrollwork, and afterward found a pale blur framed between the posts and the print, though he swore he'd seen only empty space. Richard's family put his photograph in papers, lean, grinning, often with his children perched on his knees. Every year on the anniversary of his absence, someone leaves flowers propped against the iron. No one admits to placing them. Rangers speak of the site only in public as historical fencing remnant. Locals snort at the phrase. They keep using the name they always have, the Iron Gate. They tell visitors who ask that it opens to nothing and yet requires passage. A doorway that leads only into absence. Today the gate still waits, rust bleeding into dirt, wild vines twisting up one post as if to drag it back down. At dusk insects hum close around, wings droning louder than seems natural. And if you step beneath the bars, you may notice how the air cools by a degree. How even the cicadas falter until silence seems to drape you like cloth. The prints are still there in the ranger file. Clear boot treads leading in, none leading out. Richard walked into the opening. The trail ended inside its shadow. No path ever resumed. And so the gate remains, an open threshold rooted deep into soil, patient with its rust. A door without walls, quietly waiting for someone else to center themselves beneath its iron arc. Up next is episode 1 in full. If any part was missed before, those stories begin now, with the same calm pace and rain, so just let it play. The boy who walked into the fog. It was the sort of campground chosen for its convenience, not its mystery. Families arrived in SUVs, tents popped up in neat rows. The smell of charcoal and roasted marshmallows hung in the air. Children darted between picnic benches and lakeshore, while adults sipped drinks, relieved that wilderness here was domesticated by gravel roads and numbered sites. In that comfort lay complacency. No one noticed how quickly fog could creep across the subalpine valleys. The boy, 9 years old, was last seen running along the path between campsites, chasing a kite he had tied to a stick. The evening air was cooling. Parents called after him. His laughter rang high, shrinking as he jogged farther from firelight. Then the fog arrived. Not gradual, not a mist that seeps. One camper swore it was as if a curtain descended. A wall of gauze dropped across the path. One moment the boy's form was visible, small legs pumping, red hoodie bright. The next he was gone, erased by blank gray. Silence slid in alongside, muffling shouts. Adults scrambled, first with annoyance, then alarm. Flashlight switched on, beam swallowed after a few feet. Parents screamed his name, plunging into the mist. Other campers joined, confusion swelling into dread. The path ran flat, simple, no slope for him to fall down, no thicket dense enough to hide him just steps away. And yet he was not there. Within 15 minutes authorities were called. Rangers knew fog here but admitted the swiftness was unnatural. Search teams formed, calling in patterns. Dogs were brought. They sniffed the ground where the boy had last been seen, then circled in agitation. 2 sat on their haunches and refused forward, growling low. Handlers pulled, but the dogs resisted, ears pinned as though the fog itself held teeth. Hours stretched, then nightfall. The fog thickened still. Divers were even summoned for the lake shore, though no one saw the boy near water. The search continued for days. Helicopters with infrared flew over valleys, showing no small figure in brush, no heat signature. It was as if he had walked out of one world into another within a dozen strides. Other campers began to whisper what they had heard in those first seconds, voices in the fog that did not belong. A man from Site 14 said he heard laughter, not the boys' high-pitched, echoing strangely in the gray. A woman claimed she heard the boy answer his mother's calls once, faintly, but the sound came not from ahead but from behind, as if looped through the fog itself. When investigators pressed for clarity, memories shifted, details blurred, fear distorts. And yet across testimonies, one theme repeated: the fog was not weather. It arrived too suddenly, moved with intention, and carried sound untrustworthily. The boy's parents stayed until the official search concluded after 8 days. They left behind the camp chair he had been sitting in earlier that afternoon. They could not bear to take it home. Rangers folded it away quietly, adding it to the long list of uncollected items that told uncollected truths. Years later, the campground remains open. Children still chase toys between tables. Yet locals tell newcomers if fog arrives fast, gather your own and wait in cars until it passes. Some swear that on quiet nights when mist curls again across the path, you can hear a small laugh echo inside, like a child just out of sight. Others refuse the warning, only to return unsettled, speaking of voices carrying from the wrong direction. And though the record books list the boy as disappeared, presumed lost, parents of other campers never repeat that phrase. They say instead that he walked into the fog and the fog kept him. The hunter in the birch grove. The birch grove stood near the mountain slope, a stretch of pale trees tightly grown together. In autumn, the white trunks glowed even at dusk, and the ground lay covered in drifts of yellowed leaves. Hunters had always passed there since the days of logging, but few lingered too long. The man who vanished was a lifelong hunter, 51 years old, well respected locally, and familiar with terrain. He left camp one cold morning in November, rifle slung, intending to circle through the grove and return before dark. His companions saw him moving with assurance, striding confidently down through the trees. By nightfall, he had not returned. Campers assumed delay, then sent calls across woods. No reply. His truck still sat where he parked. A search began immediately. The investigators found his boot prints leading in single file straight toward the heart of the birch grove, clear in the light frost. At a point between two trees, they stopped. There were no signs of stumble or diversion. The ground ahead was untouched. Dogs brought to the site reacted strangely. They whined, pulled reluctantly to the end of the prints, then circled in agitation. One lay down and refused to approach further. Another barked and strained upward rather than ahead, as if scent lifted out of reach. Search teams scoured for over a week. Planes surveyed overhead. Men combed ravines with ropes. No body, no clothing scrap, no rifle was recovered. Hunters who participated later remarked on the uncanny hush of the grove. It seemed to silence birds entirely. Some swore they felt a pressure around them and complained of an unnatural stillness. Locals recalled that years before, others had been lost in the same area. An old logging record mentioned a man never coming off shift, last seen walking through birches. No trace had then been found either. After official search concluded, the family placed a marker stone near the grove. His wife said only that he had always walked there with confidence, and that she could not believe he might have lost his way in land he knew since boyhood. Hunters today often skirt the grove. They mutter about its peculiar quiet and urge younger men not to linger. The prints still ended, without explanation, as though the hunter had stepped out of this world entirely. The lost hiker on the Ridge Trail. The Ridge Trail was the kind people warned you about. Not a tourist loop near paved roads, but a narrow winding line across exposed granite, ascending into weather that shifted by the hour. Even experienced hikers spoke of its cruelty. Pockets of fog arrived without warning. Winds barreled as if driven by unseen engines. Yet the views drew wanderers still, valleys folding endlessly beneath, lakes flashing like silver coins, forests stretching until distance wore them to haze. He was not a novice. He had logged many solitary miles with compass and map, boots worn but trusted. That September morning, he set out early, alone, promising to return by dusk. His gear was simple: day pack, water, jerky, rain shell, nothing more, because he knew the climb well. His car would be found later in the gravel lot where he left it. He was last seen passing another hiker near the mile 5 marker, offering a wave, cheerful, strong, utterly ordinary. By late afternoon, clouds crawled fast across the ridge. The winds shifted from playful to punishing. The other hiker, descending, remembered glancing back and seeing the man small against the skyline. Then the fog swept and erased him. Search parties formed the next day. His family reported no return, and rangers knew how quickly conditions punished those caught unprepared. Yet when trackers scoured the ridge, no boot prints aligned. The trail earth was soft from prior rains, yet his tracks ended abruptly on a granite slab near a wind-twisted pine. Dogs circled wildly, noses pressed down, then whined, refusing to pull in any linear direction. Handlers muttered confusion. It was as if the boot prints had simply stopped mid-step. Volunteers called into fog, their voices muffled by walls of air. Helicopters scanned gullies, infrared cameras sweeping. Nothing, not even a dropped pack or torn jacket. The ridge yielded only silence, amplified by wind. Yet there was one story rarely told aloud. A pair of hikers had camped lower down that same night. Around dusk, when fog churned thick and sight dropped to yards, they swore to hearing something on the winds, a voice calling. Not quite a cry for help, but a voice pitched strangely off, like someone repeating the same 3 syllables again and again. They said the sound carried without echo, piercing fog but oddly flat. Both froze, listening, and heard it circle them. Not draw nearer, not draw away, but describe a ring in the mist. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was gone. When they descended at dawn and heard search crews calling the man's name, they knew what they had listened to could not be coincidence. But they rarely repeated the tale, fearing ridicule. When they did, years later they shuddered at a further detail. The syllables uttered did not match his name or any recognizable word. They were meaningless sounds, repeated like a chant. The case joined others in file drawers. Missing, presumed dead. The ridge trail was merciless, and people vanished. Yet those who knew him insisted on his competence. He had not been reckless. He had not planned beyond his limits. It was as though the ridge itself had closed its teeth around him and swallowed him whole. What lingers most in the lore is the abruptness. Feet do not stop leaving impressions without reason. Dogs do not refuse unless they sense something they cannot parse. Families do not endure silence so permanent, without explanation gnawing forever. To this day, hikers climbing that trail describe a peculiar stretch near the twisted pine where fog always thickens, even when elsewhere skies are clear. Some claim their compasses spin erratically there. Others whisper that if you pause too long on the granite, you might hear a chant-like cadence drifting thin across the wind, 3 syllables repeating without echo. If you listen too closely, you may feel as though your body wants to step forward, not off trail but off world. And like so many cases cataloged and forgotten, his official fate will forever say exposure and terrain. But in the minds of those left behind, the ridge holds its own verdict. It takes whom it wants, and sometimes it leaves behind only the echo of syllables no human tongue has reason to shape. The vanishing boy in the campground. They were a family who camped every summer along the same stretch of rugged wilderness. The place was not far off the highway, but it felt hidden. A small private pocket nestled among towering pines and boulders the size of cabins. A river cut through the land, glittering in daylight and black in moon. It was the sort of campground that parents thought of as safe because the wilderness seemed so permanent, so still. On the second evening, the boy, 7 years old with boundless energy, was throwing a ball toward a stand of trees, while his sister giggled on the grass. The parents cooked over the fire, glancing up now and again. It was the sort of glance parents cast when danger feels far away, perfunctory, a reassurance rather than a safeguard. One glance found only emptiness. The ball rolled back down a slope toward camp, but the boy did not return with it. His sister assumed he had gone deeper to fetch it. His parents at first assumed the same, but when they rose and called, voices carrying into the trees, their calls dropped like stones into a well. There was no return call, no rustle of leaves, no patter of running feet. Within minutes, camp neighbors were helping, spreading out between tents and vehicles, fanning into the woods. The search grew frantic quickly, too quickly, because there was no trail of snapped branches, no sound at all of a child stumbling. Dogs were brought in late that night, noses pressed into grass, but the trackers grew unsettled. The dogs pulled oddly, circled, then whined, and refused to continue up the granite ridge not far from camp. Their handlers exchanged uneasy looks but could not explain. By midnight, floodlights dotted the trees. Helicopters scanned the slopes, yet not a single print was found. The earth near the ridge was soft with lichen and sand. It should have held impressions of small shoes. There was nothing. The family stayed for days, desperate, brittle with waiting. They described the boy as bright, fearless, eager to chase after anything new, but there was nothing for him to have chased. The forest gave back no clue. Witnesses said the parents never truly cried until the 5th day, when they were asked about the stretch of granite above the river. To law enforcement's questions, had the boy ever tried to climb it? Had he shown interest? Both parents shook their heads in confusion. They said he feared heights, and besides, it was smooth stone, bare and vertical in sections, too high for a child to climb without help. Others, though, whispered things. Campers who spent that night near just before dusk told of hearing a sharp, unnatural silence sweep the river corridor, like an invisible curtain pressed against their eardrums. One man swore he glimpsed something like a person, but too thin, standing high on the granite as the sun dipped. He admitted later he hadn't spoken of it immediately because it sounded insane. The case became another file among many, set beneath the euphemism of lost in wilderness. Yet those who had been there that week would never forget the strangeness. They had walked those forests all their lives. Kids wandered too far, yes. People fell, yes. But children did not vanish without a sound, without a trace, without even the courtesy of scattering leaves beneath their panicked steps. The sister, years later, would recall the way the forest felt just before she realized her brother did not return. She said it seemed that time itself had slowed, as if her own heartbeat was suddenly loud. She remembered the ball rolling back all on its own, turning slowly over uneven grass, and how wrong that felt, how it rolled when there were no footsteps following it. The official explanation was never satisfying. The terrain was scoured again and again. Rangers admitted off record that places like this granite ridge had a history, not well publicized. They did not elaborate. Parents of the missing seldom got answers. Even now, the campground remains open. Families drive in from the highway, pitch tents, and watch their children run laughing into the woods. Yet a few locals avoid the river bend entirely. They mutter that something lives near that granite rise, something that notices children more keenly than adults. And if you walk those grounds at dusk, when the shadows stretch long toward the ridge, you might feel, as some swear they have, that the silence comes too quickly, too perfectly, erasing insect buzz, muting even the river. In that silence, the world pauses, and for a moment your mind anticipates the sound of small feet vanishing into the trees, though none are there. The vanishing girl at the lakeshore. At the lakeshore, the lake rested calm beneath wooded slopes, shallow at its northern edge where sandbars stretched far before falling off into deeper blue. Families often gathered there on warm weekends, allowing children to wade safely in water that reached no higher than their knees. It had always been considered a gentle place. On that summer afternoon, the girl was 11, visiting with relatives. She spent hours with cousins building castles in wet sand, darting after small fish near the shallows. When midday came, adults busied themselves with unpacking coolers. The girl lingered by the water's edge, toes scuffing ripples. Her cousins turned to collect sandwiches. Moments later, they looked back. The girl was gone. At first, no one panicked. She might have crouched behind reeds or ducked briefly underwater. Minutes passed without sign. Parents waited quickly, scanning the clear shallows. The footprints of the children were plain in the wet sand. Hers made a direct track toward water, a neat line that ended abruptly 10 paces out. Beyond that, the surface was unmarred. Search parties assembled quickly. Volunteers trawled the shallows with poles. Then divers combed the deeper shelf farther out. Over days, the entire cove was searched many times, yielding nothing. Dogs given her clothing bounded to the shoreline. They darted forward, splashing eagerly, but midway they froze. They whined, ears back, then retreated. Handlers remarked that the animals had encountered something they refused to follow. Witnesses reported odd impressions. One cousin claimed to see spiraling ripples moving inward at the spot where her tracks ended. A fisherman on the far bank thought he glimpsed a small figure half submerged, but the proportions seemed wrong. Hair trailing too long, arms held stiff. When he wiped his eyes, the water was empty. Family waited by the shore for weeks. None could accept absence of body or clothing. Authorities closed the file at last under probable drowning. Locals, however, began retelling older tales. They remembered stories of livestock refusing to drink at one side of the cove. Some spoke of hollows on the lake bed, small depressions that released rust-wet bubbles. After the incident, children were warned never to step out too far. Around town, the rhyme spread. 10 steps safe, the 11th forbidden. Visitors in later years have added their own unease. Paddleboarders report a sudden tilt near the same spot. Hikers swear laughter drifts faintly from ripples in still evenings. Photographs snapped across the cove sometimes develop with pale human-shaped blurs above the surface. The girl's family kept vigil many seasons, then ceased, but picnic shelters still echo with warnings. Parents count their children twice as they wade those waters. The tracks remain a memory, 10 paces across sand, then nothing at all. The screams by the reservoir. The reservoir was a place of compromise between wilderness and industry. On one side rose thick pine forest and granite scarps plunging steeply to water's edge. On the other, concrete spillways and rangers' service roads told of human dominion. The reservoir held a silence about it, not of serenity, but of containment. Locals came for fishing, for late summer swims, and when the rules went unenforced, for parties hidden among the trees at dusk. The young men arrived late on a Friday evening, 3 of them, tent sagging under too few poles, hearts light with weekend anticipation. They were not experienced woodsmen, but that mattered little. The water glimmered, the night was warm, and they felt the invulnerability that youth often bestows. As they pitched their campsite on a flat clearing near the tree line, laughter carried across the reservoir. On the opposite bank, another group had lit a fire. The sound echoed oddly, bouncing across the water with hollow resonance. One of them remarked that it sounded less like laughter and more like distant weeping. The comment earned a shove and more laughter, but in private it lingered. By nightfall, the forest had hushed itself. Crickets droned. Owls called. But beneath those natural notes lay something jagged, a feeling that the reservoir itself was bearing down upon them, holding something back perhaps, or pressing something in. They ate quickly, drank more than they should, and by midnight decided to walk down the slope to the water's edge with flashlights. The shoreline was deceptive terrain, soft mud giving way to stone, water lapping gently in rhythmic sighs. They shone their lights in wide arcs. The beams trembled across floating logs, reeds leaning sideways, occasional fish striking at insects. Then, without ceremony, the first scream split the night. It came from the far side, high, sharp, not animal. The unmistakable sound of a human voice in agony or terror. One of the men dropped his flashlight into the mud. All 3 froze, feeling as though the world itself had collapsed to sound only. A second scream followed, then a third, ragged and choking. They exchanged stunned glances. Logic charged in with explanations. A fight at the other camp, someone injured, drunk revelry gone wrong. But the screams had no rhythm of accident or quarrel. They rose jaggedly, staggered, then cut off sharp. Should we go around, one asked, the others hesitated. Circumventing the reservoir meant miles through trackless dark, yet doing nothing felt unbearable. They stood at the water's lip, every instinct demanding action but nobody willing to act. Then the sound changed. Instead of distance sustained across the water, the next cry shattered the air behind them, up among the trees. The forest. They swung lights upward. Trunks stood still, shadows stretching long, but no human figure registered among them. And yet the cry had bloomed from that very darkness. The timbre was identical, high, tearing, mixed with something gurgling at its edge. One of them swore aloud and ran 3 steps toward camp, then stopped, unwilling to leave the others. The screams multiplied. Now 2 voices, maybe 3, overlapping. They came from multiple directions at once, across the water, behind the trees, even low to the left as if bubbling up from beneath the shoreline itself. No movement accompanied them. Nothing ran. Nothing broke twigs or underbrush. Just sound, filling the space until the air quivered with it. Fear became paralysis. Each man anchored to his beam of light, convinced something waited at its margins. The youngest of them began to sob, shoulders shaking, flashlight swinging in wide circles that made the trees seem to advance. Then silence, a brutal, absolute cutoff. The night pressed heavy, crickets dead, water flat. They did not speak or breathe for a long half-minute. When sound returned, it was not the same. A ripple on the water, not wind. This ripple traveled against the breeze. It began at the far end, but arrived before their feet with unnatural speed. The surface bulged, as though something vast moved just below. Then, in the glow of their lights, they saw circular rings spread outward, rhythmic, deliberate, like the pulse of something surfacing. One of them broke. He shouted that he was leaving, bolted toward camp without waiting. The others followed, tripping in mud and roots, lungs rasping. They did not stop until they reached the dirt road near the ranger. Turn off, where headlights occasionally swept. All night they sat there, backs against the gravel bank, refusing to risk sleep. At dawn they returned hesitantly for their gear. Their tent poles were collapsed, fabric shredded shallowly, as if clawed by dull hooks. Yet no tracks led away. Later reports diverged. Some said they had been drinking, imagination stoked. Others swore that screams were heard by a second camp on the northern bank. Though no names were given, no official record kept. The ranger station filed nothing beyond a disturbance call. Yet those 3 never returned to camp near the reservoir. Each described the night differently, but all identical in one feature. The way the water seemed to know their fear seemed to amplify it. They compared notes years later and shivered when one recalled a final detail. Beneath the screams in each burst had threaded the faint sound of water spilling. Not waterfall, not wave, like liquid draining endlessly from some cracked vessel. That image never left them. Nor did the sound, heard sometimes still in quiet hours of night, human cries wrapped in the rush of unseen waters. The vanishing man in the meadow fog. The meadow lay broad between 2 ridges, a long clearing of grass that turned gold in September. In mornings fog often gathered there, clinging low until sun burned it away. Hunters liked the meadow for easy passage, and picnickers for its views, though locals often remarked that the place felt oddly hushed when mist rolled in. The man who disappeared was a teacher, 45 years old, visiting with 3 friends on holiday. They camped not far from Brook Edge, intending a leisurely weekend. He was in good health, familiar with outdoors, and spent evening before trading stories cheerfully. On the second morning, the meadow was covered in fog. The group brewed coffee at their base. Speaking of plans, the man rose, remarking he would stretch his legs. They saw him stroll toward the middle of the field. Mist took him in. Minutes passed. His friends called, expecting reply from near distance. There was none. When the fog lifted an hour later, the meadow lay empty. Searchers came swiftly. His boots had marked a firm line through dew-wet grass for 50 paces. Then no impressions continued. The ground beyond stood untouched. Dogs brought forward strained eagerly to follow. They dragged handlers to the precise spot where tracks ended. Then they stopped short, hackles raised, turning circles. One howled, refusing to go forward. Handlers described behavior as unprecedented. Friends gave statements. All agreed they had watched him walk until he was swallowed by fog. One insisted he saw a second indistinct shape near him, but could not be sure through mist. Another recalled a sound like humming filling the air. The search extended 2 weeks. Helicopters flew pattern sweeps. Ground crews beat through every thicket. No trace was discovered, neither cloth scrap nor personal belonging. The family set up camp themselves. His wife stood at the meadow's edge, weeping quietly in interviews, finding it impossible that he could vanish so near companions. Authorities closed case as probable disorientation with unknown outcome. Locals passed the story in new form. Already there had been whispers that livestock avoided the meadow in spring fog, and that an old trapper once saw snare lines sprung with nothing caught. Now people muttered more darkly. Children repeated chant, 50 steps safe, no more. Subsequent visitors described subtle faults. Compasses spun briefly near center. Voice echoes returned strangely, sharper than spoken. A camera strap reported photographing brightnesses upright like white trunks where no trees stood. Friends of the lost man later spoke privately of dreams. In these, he walked alongside them on meadow smoke, yet his face lacked detail. Each night they woke unsettled. Still today, hikers keep count across meadow in thick weather. Some avoid it altogether, because one teacher walked into fog, followed his own laughter, and never returned. The Boy in the Snow Hollow. It was the kind of winter morning where every sound is buried, tightened down beneath snow. The sky a flat pewter lid, cold so clean it scalded the nose like alcohol. The boy was 6. He was dressed for the weather, wrapped in layers stitched together by a mother who thought about checklists. Scarf, boots, mitts, wool cap. They lived in a small mountain town where houses looked thick-walled and drawn inward against the freeze. Neighbors said he had been outside near the yard, dragging a sled across the crust. His father called him back, pointed toward the hills where the woods opened up into a small basin. They called it the Hollow, a depression in the ground, rimmed by aspen and fir, where the snow gathered deep and soft. Tracks were clear at first, boots no bigger than a man's palm. They moved steady toward the hollow, a clean row cut into white. Adults followed soon when they noticed he had gone quiet. In the hollow, the snow lay 4 feet deep, a smooth bowl whitened by wind. His tracks reached it, and then nothing. No scuffle, no break, no tailing edge of movement. The line of prints ended on the lip, like the boy had stepped down into a substance that erased him. Men fanned out. Shovels scraped, poles probed, voices called against cold air. They tramped the hollow. Hours bent into night. Lanterns swung like ship lights across that bowl of snow, revealing no hole, no covered drift, no trace of child or body. The weather sharpened. Stars burned above ridges like ice in motion. The search pushed outward. First a mile, then 5, then 10. Dogs brought in. Nothing taken, nothing smelled. At dawn, the searchers returned to the hollow. Still only those small boot prints. No line back, no drag, no animal spore. Men muttered of sinkholes, soft snow depressions, a mistake. Yet every test print stayed visible where others walked. Except his. His were the only ones that ended clean. Officials declared the case lost. As days turned, the story thinned, filed in brittle newsprint. For the parents, there was no thinning. They stood by the hollow too many nights to count, waiting for hint or echo, unable to accept a field of snow could take a child and not give him back. Children in the town avoided the place. They said the snow there was not snow, but a skin-pulled tot over something waiting underneath. They said if you listened, there was a sound like a deer breathing beneath the crust. Slow, patient, endless. Years away, the hollow still holds its white. Still drifts gather there, deeper than around it, as though the ground is lower than it looks. In thaw, it pulls into marsh. In freeze, it builds over. And there is still the line of questions without answers. A boy walking. A hollow of snow. Prince vanishing. And then, nothing left in the world but wind. Gone. in a way that feels closer to Taken. The missing farmer beyond the fence. It begins in the middle of nowhere, though the people who live there never call it that. To them it is simply home. Flat fields stretching as far as the eye dares look, oak and ash lining property borders, farmhouses leaning like survivors of a storm, clay earth red in spring, pale and cracked in summer. One of those farms belonged to Harris. Folks called him steady, upright if plain. He had worked that land all his life, his boots worn through more seasons than most people counted. He wasn't remarkable, just dependable. The sort of man you nodded to on the road, the sort you saw hunched over a tractor in the first light of day. A fence stretched across the northern edge of his farm. Beyond it lay more land, his by survey, but ground he rarely worked. He said the soil there soured fast. Crops came up thin, roots twisted, stalks brittle before harvest. Land goes dead if it wants to, Harris once muttered at the grain elevator. No one asked him to explain. On the morning it happened, Harris woke before the sun, fed the cattle, walked the line of his fields. A neighbor saw him near the fence around mid-morning, leaning against the rail as if resting. The neighbor thought nothing of it and went about chores. By noon, his wife noticed the silence. Harris hadn't come in for dinner. She stepped onto the porch, expecting to see his figure in the field. Instead, there was only his hat, resting on a fence post, exactly centered, as though placed there with care. His boots stood neatly on the lowest rung, side by side, toes pointing forward. She called his name once, twice. A third time, her voice thinner. That's when she saw the prints. Steps pressed into the soil beyond the fence. Clean, clear, and dented deep where he crossed. They moved steadily out into the pasture. Lena followed them with her eyes, and then she stopped. Because halfway across the field the track stopped. Cut clean, boot prints ending suddenly in unbroken earth. No stumble, no drag, no scuff that might show a turn. Just one set of prints that carried forward, and then simply ceased as if the ground had closed its mouth. Neighbors came running when she screamed. Dogs brought in sniffed circles and whined like they had lost the trail to air itself. Lanterns burned through the long evening, throwing weak light across grass that bent but held no answer. Nothing was found, and every time they returned to that pasture, it was the same. The boots on the fence, the hat, the tracks leading away, and then nothing. Nothing at all. Deputies asked questions no one wanted to answer. Did he drink? Did they fight? Was there money owed? Every question pressed on Lena like weight she could not hold. She stayed silent, except for one thing she said under her breath. He wouldn't leave the boots. Days stretched, searches widened. Fields still demanded tending, because out here even the missing can't keep the living from chores. But at dusk neighbors found themselves leaning on that fence, staring out, wondering what had stolen more effective than sickness, more silent than crime. The children whispered. They said the ground out there wanted, that it softened for Harris and closed when he stepped. That if you walked far enough into the line of earth, the field itself would open to swallow you whole. Weeks passed, grain grew again, but when harvest came, the patch beyond the fence refused. Wheat knelt low to the ground there, dying early. From above, it looked like the outline of a body pressed sideways into the dirt, knees bent, arm crooked, head bowed, the shape of a man who lay down once and never rose. Some called it coincidence. Others stopped talking altogether. Years dulled the sharpest edges of grief, though not the hollow left behind. Lena left eventually, unable to sleep near the fence line any longer. The land passed hands, but the fence remained. Wooden rails sagged with thaw and frost, but no one tore them down. People still speak in whispers when they speak of him at all. Before sunrise, some say they've seen a man along the line, a tall shape in work clothes, walking slow, bending as though for weeds. But when headlights catch him, he is gone. They say fields like that keep what they take, and the fence still waits, leaning gray, silent. One man, one set of prints, one field that ended them, gone beyond the fence. The vanishing camper by the lake. The lake rested like a mirror in the mountains, dark sapphire by day and black glass by night. Pines leaned inward along its shores, whispering even in still air, and granite shoulders jutted into the water on both sides, making a natural amphitheater. Every year, campers came here with boats, rods, or just the desire to float into silence where cell service slipped away. That August, several friends, all in their late 20s, parked their vehicles along the lake's dusty road and carried gear down to a clearing at the shoreline. Their tents formed a loose semicircle around a fire pit. Canoes were dragged half ashore, metallic hulls scraping pebbles. Music played from someone's speaker, laughter echoed. They grilled, they drank, and by nightfall they were happy. The kind of undisturbed joy that only wilderness can magnify. The missing man, call him Daniel, was not the wildest among them. If anything, he was measured, the least likely to take foolish risks. He liked water but always stayed within sight of camp. He wore a baseball cap low against the sun, and friends later remembered seemed unusually relaxed that weekend, as though this lake, more than others, had promised him rest. The day passed without note until evening came. Daniel walked from his tent toward the water, towel over his shoulder. Some thought he was going to wash his face or maybe skip stones. The sky was turning, clouds flaming lilac above the peaks. His silhouette crossed the shoreline, easily visible in fading light. And that was the last time anyone saw him. Minutes stretched. Someone asked where he had gone. When no answer came, half-drunk jokes turned to calls. Daniel. The echoes were strange here, voices bounced low, carrying wider than expected, warped as though the lake did not reflect sound but bent it. The search began almost immediately. Friends fanned out with flashlights. The water was still. No ripples, no splashing, nothing. His towel lay neatly folded on a rock, as if set there with care. But no shoes, no clothes discarded, nothing to suggest he had gone for a swim. One by one, their voices became ragged. Fear sharpened sobriety. By midnight, rangers had been called, headlights washing over trees as more searchers arrived. Canoes were pushed back onto the water, beams cutting across pitch surface. But no body broke the reflection. Dogs arrived next morning. They sniffed Daniel's towel, circled the rock, then turned inland. For a brief moment, handlers seemed confident, until the dogs looped back to the same point, pacing, whining. One dropped to its belly, ears flat, refusing further. As with so many of these cases, the clue ended with the dog's refusal to lead. Divers searched the shallows, then the depths. Water clarity was poor, dark, sediment choked. After days, nothing emerged. No clothes, no body. Families demanded answers. Officials wrote exposure, drowning, misadventure. But the absence remained too neat, too clean. Around campfires later, among those who had been there, other fragments were spoken. Several admitted hearing something strange around dusk before Daniel walked down. A single tone, deep and vibrating, stretched across the lake. Not music, not machine. A kind of droning that felt more felt than heard, as though their ribs hummed. At the time, they had written it off as a boat engine miles away. Later, they realized no boat had been present. One camper swore the night air had carried another sound too. A splash far out, followed by a cry, thin and cut short. But the statement wavered, changed. Perhaps memory played tricks. Perhaps the cry was imagined in retrospect. Rangers, quietly to one another, muttered about that lake. A history unspoken because repetition makes it harder to ignore. Other cases, vague, scattered, where prints ended at water with no sign of entry, where belongings were found neatly arranged but owners gone. Officially, each was its own tragedy. Unofficially, the pattern formed its own dread. Witnesses spoke of reflections acting oddly. Some said they saw more figures in the water's mirror than stood on shore. One said Daniel's reflection lingered longer than his form, as if a second slower to vanish. Another refused to return at all, saying the lake carried silhouettes it had no right to. For the family, explanations gave no comfort. Searches stretched for a week, then shrank to daily headlines. After 10 days, Daniel's name joined the roster of missing, and yet the friends carry a detail unshakable. the towel folded flat on the rock. He had set it down carefully, as if he expected to be back within minutes. It was not panic, not accident. Whatever drew him into absence was accepted calmly, almost invited. Years afterward, rumors thicken. Local campers whisper of evenings when fog lifts from the surface, coiling over the rocks. Some claim to see a lone man on shore, baseball cap low, moving toward the water, but no splash follows. The apparition seems locked in loop. One minute he is there, the next no. And sometimes, in the minute after sunset, they say the lake itself changes tone. Not the ordinary hush of evening, but a vibration, a bass hum without source. Stand near enough and you will feel it through stone beneath your feet. Explanations, hypothermia, sudden drowning, getting lost. Fail against one detail, the towel still folded, waiting. A gesture of someone who thought he was stepping only a moment away. Perhaps he did, only, not in a direction this world can measure. The vanishing couple on the Riverbend Trail. The river wound north of the campground, threading a canyon as if the water had always been carving toward its own secret. The trail there was gentle, not much more than 2 miles, hugging the water, looping back along a gravel road. It was the sort of path that couples favored. They wandered hand in hand, pausing at railings to watch trout flash silver beneath the surface, bending their heads close to share words that the river swallowed. It was late spring when the couple disappeared. They were in their late 20s, engaged, visiting from the city for a long weekend. A ranger saw them leave the lot just after lunch, smiling, carrying only a shared water bottle and a small pack. Another hiker heading back later remembered seeing them at the overlook, leaning against the railing where the water curved widest. They looked ordinary, happy. That was the last certain sighting. By evening, their family grew uneasy. Their car still sat in the lot, unlocked. Their phones rang unanswered. Rangers at first assumed a delay, but sent 2 officers to sweep the trail. They walked the loop carefully, right to the bend, and found the water bottle set oddly against the railing. No pack, no couple, no sign of accident. The search widened through the night. Boots pressed soil and stone. Circles of headlamps darted across tree trunks. Dogs pulled at leashes. The animals tracked along the trail down to the railing, and then froze. They whined, circling, confused, sniffing the air as if the scent did not lie on the ground anymore. Handlers pushed toward the river itself, but the dogs backed away, paws braced as though refusing a command. Some tried a second pass, but every time the animals stopped just short of the bend and turned their noses upward, not down. Divers entered the following morning. The river was shallow at the curve, pools clear to stone. The idea of both falling seemed ill-fitting. Rails secure, water mild. Yet the crew searched anyway. They combed currents, scanned for bodies, combed for clothes snagged on rock. Nothing surfaced, no torn fabric, no scrape on the rail, not even a print in the mud below. Witness accounts trickled in. A grandmother at the picnic area upriver told her daughter quietly that she had seen 2 figures in the shallows near dusk, not walking but gliding just above the surface, side by side. The features blurred, like reflections seen through shifting glass. She had been too ashamed of the strangeness to report it right away. After 2 days of silence, she confessed with tears, shaking her head at her own words, even as she insisted they were true. Others admitted to hearing laughter that same evening, echoing strangely across the canyon. A light sound, cheerful, too far away to place. Crews followed the echoes into darkness and found only air over the river, no one standing on the bank. By the 3rd day, the families broke down. Flyers lined the trailhead. The photos showed 2 faces bright with expectation, smiling at a future that seemed certain. Authorities pushed the standard explanation: hikers missing, presumed drowned. They mentioned past accidents, slips, the deceptiveness of water. On record, it remained the simplest answer, but the locals shook their heads. They knew the river well. It could sweep a single soul under, perhaps, could hide 1 body in its eddies, but not 2 without trace, not side by side. Stories began then, grafted onto what was left behind. Hikers and campers started calling the place Lover's Bend. They said the canyon pinched there in a strange way. Voices echoed wrong, shadows warped oddly at dusk. Photographs taken near the rail sometimes came out crooked, faces stretched long, water gleaming double. A few swore that if you stayed too long as the sun sank, you heard laughter drift over the water, followed by a sudden silence that pressed against the chest. Some added that the silence invited you forward, that it pulled not with menace but with a soft calling, like an open hand stretched across a distance. Witnesses admitted they felt a brief urge to climb the rail and step outward, not from despair but from a strange conviction that someone was waiting just past where the earth fell away. The families returned still. Each year they lay flowers by the post where the water bottle was found. Stones arranged in circles, names spoken quietly. No one mentions drowning. They refuse explanations that sound like erasure. 2 bodies swallowed whole without debris or stain. That did not fit the memory of children they had raised, the solidity of who they were. Time moves onward. Tourists still walk the loop, peering over the railing, marveling at silvery fish curling beneath ripples. The land looks ordinary. The water still bends bright under the sun, yet regulars mutter as they pass. Parents tug their children close as if some line lies unseen across the wood. The story endures, because everyone knows about the couple who stepped into air, leaving only a bottle behind, and everyone fears the bend where voices laugh, though no one is there. The hunters and the distant whistle. Early October brought the hunters to the high country. Nights dipped below freezing, mornings broke crystalline, and the valleys rang with the bugle of elk. 3 men, longtime companions, drove their truck along a gravel spur into the national forest. They had hunted these ridges since their teens, hauling deer from draws and fishing cutthroat from creeks that rarely saw another rod. That season felt routine. They set their camp in a clearing, raising a canvas wall tent, firing up a propane stove, a lantern swinging at the ridgepole. The woods stretched in every direction, granite shoulders lifting into the sky. Calm fell over them in the scent of pine pitch and wood smoke. The first day brought nothing but miles. By dusk they returned laughing, mock-blaming each other's noisy packs and sluggish pace. After supper and bourbon, they leaned back to watch the stars blink through the canopy. Night pressed in, silent except for an owl. The second day came strange. Low clouds swallowed peaks so quickly it seemed the world shrank hour by hour. The forest was muffled, each twig snap cut short, as if the air itself smothered small sounds. Still they rose at dawn, rifles slung, splitting apart along the ridges to cover ground. By late afternoon, 2 of the men were back at camp. The third did not return. They waited. Hunters know how to circle back, to linger when the light fades. But by true dark, the absence felt long. Lanterns were hung high. Names were shouted into the draws. No answer came. It was near 10 o'clock when they heard it. Not his voice. A whistle. High and clean. 2 notes, repeated. They darted from the tent and swept beams into the trees. Relief spilled out in nervous laughter. It had to be him signaling. Yet relief drained quickly, because the man they knew did not carry a whistle. He never had, and the sound itself was wrong. It did not sit in a place. It seemed both near and impossibly far, at once across the ridge and then just behind the line of spruce. They called his name, voices cracking with effort. Silence followed. Then again the 2-note whistle, patient and steady. Half an hour passed, with the sound weaving through the forest, never nearer, never fading away. Then, without transition, it stopped. The 2 men sat awake until dawn, rifles laid across their knees, waiting for it to return. At first light they charged into the country their friend had climbed the day before. His trail was simple to find, boots leading uphill, steady, deliberate. Midway on the slope the prints circled, hesitated, and then ended in a patch of duff. No dragged mark, no snapped branch. Just one moment he was walking, and the next he was not. Search teams poured in. Helicopters circled. Dogs pulled on leashes. At times, the hounds whipped forward toward high ridges, baying sharply, then froze with tails rigid. They turned whining to their handlers. Men frowned in confusion. The dogs had found something, and then they had lost it all at once. That night, fresh volunteers rotated into camp. 2 bedded near the companions. Again near midnight, they shook each other awake. The whistle had returned. 2 notes, almost gentle, threading through the forest dark. The volunteers tried to trace it, ears straining, compasses pressed to maps. One insisted the sound came from the ridge above. Another swore it lifted from the creek below. No bearing held for long. The moment someone fixed on a direction, the whistle seemed to slide away. When they shouted, their voices struck the trees and died. The whistle did not answer, but it did not falter either. It persisted with unnatural patience until, once more, it ended at once, leaving only air. For 9 days, crews searched. Mile after mile swept clean, no rifle, no coat, no spare cartridge in the dirt, nothing at all. The report filed was as flat as paper, missing while hunting. His family was handed condolences without remains to bury. The 2 companions carried guilt into the years afterward. Both admitted that the sound had not only unsettled them, it had tempted them forward. There was comfort in those 2 notes, a suggestion that someone familiar was calling. Each had to resist the urge to walk into the dark. They wondered if their friend had heard it first, higher on the ridge, and if he had followed. The country found its stories. Old loggers muttered of piping sounds in forgotten valleys, like flutes carried on the air. Though no herdsmen lived here, elders spoke of meadows once avoided, places where spirit voices lured travelers astray. Scholars called it folklore, but the tales accumulated. Years later, hikers returned with their own reports. A whistle in the trees, always 2 notes. Some convinced themselves it was a bird. Others swore it was too sharp, too precise, too perfectly repeating. One woman said the strangest part was not the sound itself, but the feeling that it was aware of her listening. For the men who lost their companion, the sound was not folktale but memory. Both sank into uneasy dreams for weeks after, hearing the whistle in sleep, following it downhill into a fog. In those dreams they almost glimpsed him, stepping just beyond reach, the 2-note call always leading on. Neither ever went back to that drainage. One never shouldered a rifle again. The file remained still. A competent hunter climbed into the fog. His tracks broke off on a slope, and he was gone. The coordinates sit in a drawer, and some nights in October, when cloud sinks too quickly through granite valleys, the sound carries again. 2 notes. Clear. Waiting. The fisherman's vanishing on Twilight Shore. The sea was never truly silent in that town. It breathed forever against the coast, sighing over sand and stone. Nets hung across dune fences, ropes coiled near sheds, black with tar and salt, boats tilted on shore as though dozing. Children learned the rhythm of surf before they ever learned their letters. Among those people of tides was a man named Silas Rudd. Everyone said he belonged to the ocean as much as to the streets they shared. His skin bore the mark of years in salt air. His hair gone gray, early not with age, but with spray. He read the tide without thought, looked at the sky once and knew whether fish would come close or stay deep. Steady, quiet, ordinary. That was Silas. Twilight was the hour he loved most, when the horizon gilded itself and then shifted to violet gray. When gulls folded wings and lamps lit along porches, he often walked down to the water. Some evenings he carried a rod for bass, other afternoons a bucket for clams, sometimes nothing but himself and an inclination to breathe the air. Neighbors learned not to be surprised at his passing figure. That rhythm made what followed impossible to ignore. One evening in October, when the light softened early and the sky leaned purple, Silas took his rod and a tin of bait. He nodded to 2 neighbors sitting on a porch rail, rubbed the ears of a stray dog. A few children tagged behind, watching the old man make his way down the slope. He said something about mackerel biting. Several people glimpsed him later along the sand. One thought she saw him cast, line piercing the air across surf. Another described his body drawn against the horizon, rod braced as if waiting. This much is certain. By twilight he stood on the shoal, and then he did not. When true dark came, his porch stayed unlit. His niece walked up thinking to check, expecting to find him winding line or dozing in a chair. She found the house still, hooks resting neat on nails, slicker hung untouched, no sound inside. She grew worried but not alarmed. Fishermen often lost track of hours. It was the following morning, when his boots were still absent from beside the door, and his bed had not been slept in, that alarm spread. Neighbors and relatives went first. They walked the beach, scanning reeds and hollows, shouting his name. On sand they found what should have been proof, the sure print of boots moving down the slope and straight toward the tide. The line of impressions was steady, neat, bearing the weight of a man unhurried. They followed until the prints simply stopped. Not blurred, not half washed away, not staggered as though he'd fallen. They ended clean and dry sand, as if his last step had carried him elsewhere. Beside that final mark sat the bait tin, lid sprung open, worms stiff in air. His rod was nowhere. Search efforts began in earnest. Men rowed boats, scanning each inlet. Crews hauled nets into empty water. Coast Guard vessels sniffed radar across the bay. Helicopters combed the ocean mouth with blades slicing the horizon. They found nothing. Not a coat, not a float, not a scrap of line. It was explained in official tone, presumed drowned. The records said it plainly. The sea was dangerous, the currents deceptive, another fisherman lost. But the people of that town muttered otherwise. They knew the habits of water. A drowning leaves ripples, a shoe tossed, a shirt tangled, a sign carried back by waves. The sea, cruel as it could be, always returned something. But here, it returned nothing at all. On the third night, a boy came running pale-faced to his mother. He had been chasing fireflies near the river mouth when he swore he heard Silas calling. The voice was faint, drawn out, not across the waves but above them. He insisted it drifted from the air rather than the tide. His tears convinced no one fully, but silence crept into the room after his story. Later, a woman admitted hearing something that same evening. Not words, but a long whistle, thin and wavering, losing itself above the surf. She had thought it imagination until the boy spoke. The community leaned closer then, speaking low. Whispers turned to stories. Old fishermen remembered tales of strange lights on October seas, orbs wandering above the water's curve. An elder recalled his grandfather mentioning a sailor vanishing from the same long shoal generations earlier. A priest spoke lightly of spirits tugging men from shore in the violet hour. Children grew restless when twilight came, glancing at the water with eyes gone wide, running home before the sky lowered itself toward night. The family grieved in their way. His niece lit the porch lantern each dusk, hoping against sense that the beacon might draw him back. Neighbors built a cairn on the dune line where his prints finished. The sea licked close each tide, but nothing toppled the stones, as though the waves themselves were cautious at that place. Time passed, seasons broke themselves open. Fish returned, others left. The cairn remained, though wind worried at it, and sand carried half its bulk away. Silas's story, however, grew heavier. Hikers paused on the shoal. Tourists snapped photographs. Some of those photos returned distorted, faces smeared in light, edges blurred as if fog had crossed film where no fog had walked. A fisherman years later swore he heard laughter lift from tide pools in the night. He fled without checking. A couple walking at dusk spoke of spotting a figure hunched among rocks, but when they drew near, the space proved empty and sand unmarked. Legend attached itself thick as barnacle. It was said the shoal was thinned ground at twilight, that if a man lingered too long, he would feel not horror but a strange invitation. The air itself would ask him to step forward, just past water's mark, and if he did, his prints would end neat as Silas's. 10 left waiting beside them. The stories frightened children but bound adults to unease. They could not forget details. They murmured over suppers. The prints too sure for panic, the sea too silent for drowning. They retold it again and again, not to entertain but to try forcing sense onto something that had none. The most haunting account, however, came quietly from Silas's niece months afterward. She said she dreamed of him often, and in one dream saw him not in the water but just beyond it, standing lightly above the waves. He raised one hand toward her, neither beckoning nor pushing away. His body drifted without following the rhythm of tide. He lifted slowly upward until he vanished into the rim of fading light. She woke already crying, convinced more than ever no drowning had occurred. The years unrolled, the cottage sagged, paint peeled. Still flowers appeared at the cairn, laid by steady hands. Twilight retained its beauty. Couples walked shorelines. Children built castles in sand. Gulls returned from feeding grounds. Yet for locals there was always one wary glance. They muttered toward the shoal. They kept watchful toward the moment when sky turned violet gray, because the fisherman who knew tide better than most had stepped onto a shore he did not return from, and because what lingers is not proof of his death, nor proof of survival, but only a hollow where prints end and reason itself is broken. That hollow is as visible and as permanent as the tide. The woman who went to wash dishes. The camp had been lively through the afternoon. People bustled between firing and picnic tables. Pots rattled, voices rose and fell with laughter. The mountain air was crisp yet forgiving, the kind of summer evening that makes food taste better simply for having been prepared outdoors. The woman who cooked most of the meal. Her name in the record is Margaret, though everyone called her Maggie. Did what she always did when a crowd fed well. She smiled with a tired sort of pride, picked up the basin of dishes, and announced she would wash them down by the water. Nothing about those words seemed final or unusual. She had done the same thing hundreds of times at home, at cabins, at picnics. You clear, you scrub, you rinse, and you come back. Simple as breath. Several people recall watching her step down the slope with the basin tucked on her hip and a towel draped over her shoulder. Still light enough then to see her skirt catch at brush along the trail. She turned once, called some passing remark about saving soap, then vanished from view among low fir trees. The moment was ordinary, forgettable, until it was not. When dusk spread through camp, the conversations dimmed. Someone asked if Maggie needed help. A cousin walked down to the water. He expected to find her kneeling at the stream, hands wet, hair bent forward as she worked. But there was no one there. The basin was absent, the towel absent, the place itself undisturbed. He returned uneasy but unalarmed. Perhaps she had taken another bend, found quieter ground, yet more minutes passed, then a half hour, and unease thickened. Lanterns were lit, names called out between trees. Only crickets answered. By full dark, the family panicked. The trail was not long. The creek no wide river, only a ribbon of clear water curling against stones. Maggie should have been visible at nearly every point. Yet when they swept both upstream and down, no trace appeared. Her basin was not found. Her towel was not found. She herself was not found. Searchers gathered fast. Once shouts reached the highway camp. Neighbors brought lanterns, doubled back with dogs. Rangers were summoned by radio. They combed brush, stomped along ridgelines, dragged shallow pools, called into silence. It was as though she had stepped forward one pace too far into the dark and been erased. Reports later insisted on impossibility. They emphasized that the stream ran shallow, barely reaching the knee near camp. No one could drown unseen. No cliff edge threatened. No wild animal signs marked the ground. Her print showed briefly in dust on the slope, then faded on stone. After that, nothing. Another woman said she glimpsed Maggie once more, that even after she left view of camp, she saw her up the creek bed 15 minutes later, bent slightly as if working still. But when she called her name, the figure did not stir or answer. The woman walked forward only a few dozen yards before realizing no one was there. She swore she had seen correctly. The record lists her testimony as mistaken. The search stretched into days. Helicopters thumped above timber. Radios clicked and crackled. Volunteers lined stretches of ground like beads on string. But not a sock, not a thread, not a bowl turned over appeared in mud or grass. The stream whispered indifference between their shouts. In the end, the file closed with words already too familiar. Missing person, presumed lost. But what lingered was less tidy. Back in town, whispers muddied. Some said she never wanted to come back, that she ran from family the way water runs from stone. Others rejected this outright. She was content, they insisted. A domestic soul who found comfort even in chores. Vanishing did not suit her. Her family remained stiff and grieving. They returned to the site compulsively, first weekly, then monthly. They lit candles by water, half hoping the glow might coax a sign. One child swore that he still heard dishes clinking along the stream on certain nights. He put his ear to the ground and said he heard them below. Farmers fishing upstream later muttered of catching glimpses at dusk. A woman kneeling at the bank, head lowered, arms busy in water. Yet when approached, no person stood there. Water flowed without disturbance. Legends grew in surrounding counties. Hikers began to call that place Dishwater Bend. They said if you carried a basin down at twilight, you might hear footsteps beside your own. They warned that if you did not turn back quickly, you could lose yourself in the sound of unseen scrubbing, pulled after it until no one saw you again. Others feared the silence more. They said the bend grew noticeably quieter than other stretches of stream, that birds did not roost above it and frogs hushed when you drew near. The hush itself was warning, yet people accustomed to silence often missed it until too late. A ranger decades later wrote privately of pausing there on patrol. He said he felt a hand brush his elbow, and yet the air lay empty. But the truest dread stained the family, because memory married to routine makes absence cruel. Every time they ate together, every time dishes were stacked and water drawn, space pressed itself open. Someone was missing, and though they told each other again and again that she must have stumbled, wandered, fallen, the explanation rattled thin. A body always returns. A bucket always rolls into view. Something should emerge. Nothing ever did. The photograph on her sister's mantle faded with time, but the place where her prints ended did not. Families pointed it out like warning as they hiked through. Children raised in the county learned early. Water reclaims, forest devours, but silence can eat a person whole. And always, stories ended the same way. A woman who carried dishes down to a stream during twilight, and who never came back. Not her, not her basin, not a single thing.